raised?
Grimore, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Just checking.
Do you have the map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene. It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that.
잠깐 전화하느라고 잠깐 켰어요.
I tied the boat up to the mooring post, so it'll stay put. Probably.
Loving the confidence.
뚜뚜뚜뚜해서
It's
내가
moist, but it's not muddy.
전화기 던질 뻔했네.
Wonder how often it rains here.
I cannot believe how exciting this murder investigation is already.
The ground's moist. Wonder how often.
I cannot
똑같은
believe how
부분이네.
exciting.
그럼 이거는 완전 다 클릭할 수는 없겠다.
What are they?
Wind chimes.
풍경.
Silent wooden wind chimes.
그러네, 나무 풍경이네. 근데 여러 개가 부딪히면 소리 나지 않을까?
It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous.
방패 모양이 약간
Like
무섭게
walking
생겼는데?
through it might give you bad luck.
Too late.
이미 늦었다.
It's the little boat we used to cross the lake. It's the only way on or off the island.
What a comforting thought.
그러면 뭐 더 이상 볼 게 없지 않아? 저런 것도 볼 수 있어. 아, 그러네.
They're too steep and too smooth to be mountains.
그럼 산은
They're more
아니다.
like cliffs.
절벽에 가깝다.
Whatever they are, they go all the way around the lake, like a barrier.
That's a big lake.
It's kind of purple. Looks poisonous.
색깔이 약간
I think it's
다르다고
just
했었거든요.
Yeah. Water with poison in it.
It's a garden, I think. It's currently far away.
We could walk closer to it.
Ready when you are.
오케이, 위치를 한 다음에 지도를 눌러서 이동할 수가 있나 봐. 다 누를 수 있네. 정원. 친구 어디 있어?
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
그러게?
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
이제
It's a
개꿀이다.
statue of some hideous,
아니네.
scaly, bipedal fish monster
Playing a harp.
playing a harp. Hang on a second.
자세히 봐봐. 이 퍼즐 있네.
Something tells me
아이고,
we're not gonna solve this just yet.
풀 수 없다는 느낌이 든다. 아직은 안 되나 봐요.
Let's come back later.
오케이.
It must do something.
You'd
오케이.
hope so, wouldn't you?
이렇게 찍어 놓을 수 있나 봐. 하프 동상. 편하프를 들고 있는 낡고 풍화된 양소리 동상. 그럼 이제 위치가 표시가 돼 있어서 찾아오기 쉽네. 용.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
용.
I think it's to scare away detectives.
탐정들에게 겁을 줘서
Is it working?
쫓아낸대.
No.
No. 요 안에 뭐 있는데 여기?
Spooky.
아니,
What
똑같은
do you think it's
내용이네.
I
for?
think it's
Is it working?
No.
그냥 착각이었고.
It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
둘이 사이 너무 안 좋아
And
보인다.
it's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something.
It's a cassette tape.
카세트
Or
테이프가 물에
it used
있다고?
to be.
아, 망가졌네. 손상된 테이프. 물에 젖어 손상됐다. 라벨의 잉크는 번져서 알아볼 수 없다. 이렇게 생겼어요. 물이 다 들어가 버렸네. 그리고
What
까치?
animal is
갈매기?
that?
까치? 까마귀.
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
까치?
Right, of course. A
그렇다
hawk
철에.
bear lizard.
매곰동화뱀이래. 참 친한 친구 뒀네.
This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange to you?
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
니들 둘밖에
You're
없으니까.
supposed to say
It's not.
Nope.
It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
얘는 조용한 거 좋아하나 봐.
This is some
Do the
garden.
plants all look a little strange to you?
봤던 내용이고요.
That must be Tangle Tower.
탱글 타워.
It's a path through the garden. Leads up to the house, I assume.
아이슨. 정문. 글자 떨어졌다. 어.
What?
여기 옷 떨어졌어요.
Oh, there's an O on the
아,
floor.
이런 씨.
Oh yeah.
어야.
Tangle Tour.
좋아.
Twir. Oh,
어?
What?
oh,
Oh yeah. Tangle.
얘
twir.
편지나 주워봐 그럼.
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened.
열려
Letters
있다.
still
하지만
in
안에 편지가 들어
Let's
있다고.
read it.
뭐야?
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
사생의 침해
Oh,
아니야?
definitely.
당연하지래. 사생의 침해였고요. 봉투가 뜯겨 있다. 안에는 작은 종이가 들어 있다. 조합은 다른 종이에 있습니다. 조합을 외운 뒤에는 이 종이를 없애십시오. 당신의 사고에는 동의할 수 없습니다. 그것은 밑에서 찾을 수 없을 겁니다. 예? 여튼 조합은 다른 종이, 이 종이는 아니네.
Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
쳐다보고 있는 것 같아.
No, I think he'll just silently judge us. Should we ring the doorbell?
아, 아직 덜
Why would
봤는데.
we not?
띵동.
It's a little melody.
사람이 없어?
Ah, there's a heart engraved
Well,
in the tree. I didn't know people actually did that.
저런 걸 진짜 하는 사람이 있구나. 있지.
PPFF.
PPFF.
Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds?
우리는 컨셉인가?
A path leading towards the
석조
stone
광장으로
square.
이어지는 길이다.
Don't think it's locked.
열려
Oh,
있다고
that means
집이?
we can just walk straight in, right?
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
뭐 또 수상한 거 없나요?
Why build a house here anyway?
I'm sure they had their reasons.
그러면 얼굴 한번 볼까?
Do you think he'll start to
아,
move?
똑같은
No.
내용이네.
I think he'll just.
그러면 들어가 봅시다. 집이 위쪽인 거 보니까 오른쪽으로
Let's
갔다
head to the
갈까요?
crime scene
아이,
first. It's at the
사건
top of
현장부터?
the west tower, I think.
서쪽 탑 꼭대기? 알았어. 아, 어서 오세요. 그랜드 홀.
It's a big glass tube.
당연한
Who
소리고요.
leads in there?
수초가
Rain,
있어.
sand.
모래도.
It's an aquarium?
Could
어.
be. Except there's nothing
그러네요.
living in it
물고기가 없네.
anymore.
이건 가게도인가 보다. 이거.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
와. 잠깐만. FF. PP. PP.
Penelope Pointer.
Half pointer, half Brackley.
Do you think she still lives here?
두 가문이 산다 했잖아요. 얘랑 좋아하네.
Freya Fellow.
딱 걸렸다. 딱 걸렸죠?
The murder victim.
She's barely related to the main family at all. Fiona Fellow,
Fiona Fellow.
dead center. She must be important.
She's half fellow and half Remington.
Do you think she still lives here?
얘가 그림을 그리다가 죽은 애죠. 17살.
Fellow.
The murder victim.
She's barely related.
그리고 남자친구가 얘네.
Penelope Pointer.
Half pointer.
Do you think she still lives here?
내 마음대로.
Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
좋아하는데?
It's not that spooky, really.
Don't ruin this.
아, F가 이쪽 가문이고 P가 이 표가 나네.
This one has a big P.
That's P.
How very P-ceptive of you.
A big letter F.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion? A door.
Oh, what's
알아.
behind it?
A room.
아, 이 친구
It's
반응이
not locked.
여기 안 잠겨 있대.
Stairs.
아니,
Stairs.
그게 다야?
Stairs.
반반 얘기하는 거 개웃기네. 일단 서쪽으로 올라가 보겠어.
Let's head to
알았어,
the. It's at
알았어.
the top of the
잘못
west
눌렀어.
tower. Let's head to the crime
It's
scene.
at
It's at the top of the west
꼭대기라고.
tower. I think.
여기 올라간다. 할머니 여기 계신다.
Let's take a look at that painting first. There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
올라와.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
Looks that way.
그림을 그리다가 살해당했는데 할머니 너무 멀쩡한 거 아닙니까? 그림을 끝내지 못했다. 작업 중 사망했기 때문이다. 할머니 초상화에 칼을 들고 있거든요? 그리고 이게 끝이 피라고 했어.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
그렇지, 살인 무기가 없댔어. 아주 수상한 점이 있다. 일단 이거 뭐예요? 피는 일단 살인 무기가 없어. 없을 겁니다. 기절하는데 사용됐다고? 할머니 표정 왜 저래? 이게 그림을 여기다 넣는 거겠죠, 이렇게? 아, 오케이. 뭐가 있는지 보자. 먹을 것이 아니 근데 이게 살인 무기가 없는 게 그러네. 뭔가 맞는 게 있을 거라고. 살인 도구가 사라진 게 없잖아요. 얘의 피인데.
That's not a complete set. We still need to choose two straight thoughts.
선택을 하라는 게 맞아요. 그러면 추궁기는 왜 금이가 있을까? 내가 내용을 보고 들어왔어야 되나봐. 근데 얘가 먼저 대화를 했잖아. 물감 팔레도 똑같은 거 맞추는 거 아니지 않아요? 내용 문장이 돼야 되는 거 아니야? 물감 대신 피가 사용된 거에 초점을 둬야 되는 거 아니야? 뭐를 찔렀다고 하기엔 없고 먹는 거는 없고 살인 무기가 사라졌다가 딱 맞는데 뭐가 있었는지 난 모르는데? 틀리면 못 잡는 거 아니에요? 기절하고 죽었다. 단 한 방에 죽었거든요? 쿡 찍혀서. 들어올 때 딱 뭐가 있는지를 딱 봐야겠다. 이렇게 해야겠네. 이렇게라며. 하지만 그걸 훔쳤다.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
뭐?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here? Case
둘이
split.
대화하는
The
거
case
봐.
is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
그림이 범인이야! 이런 겁니까? 끝내지 못한 그림.
There it is. The unfinished portrait
So,
looks
what?
that way.
어떤 내용이죠?
The outline of Freya fell out. Looks like she fell onto her back.
다시 하는 게 아닌 것 같아. 그냥 수다 떨고 이제 다음으로 넘어간 것 같아.
There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
그렇지. 저항의 흔적이 없어서 나는 축음기로 때린 줄
That's
알았지.
weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
그래, 한 방에 죽었거든요? 그래서 나는 뒤에서 이걸로 때리고
Is that a gramophone?
찔러 죽인 줄 알았지.
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
금이가 있잖아.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
이렇게까지? 너무 금이 갔는데? 나팔부터 테이프 넣는 곳까지 뚜렷한 금이가 있다.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
이것도 가 있네.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
시도해보자고? 지금 나랑 표정 똑같았어.
It's piano music.
내용이 추가됐다. 피아노 음악을 녹음한 것이다. 이거는 안 들리려나? 뒤에 내용이 더 있나? 한번 들어볼게요. 이게 굳이 이렇게 긴 데는 다 이유가 있지 않을까? 근데 연주 잘한다. 피아노 소리 최고. 이제 범인을 찾는 건가 봐요. 여기저기 찾아갖고 낚시어도 들어봐야 될 듯. 얘한테 이 테이프를 선물해 준 거니까 카세트를 죽은 애한테 선물한 거잖아. 그럼 이거를 들으면서 연주를 하고 있었던 건가? 아니 연주랜다. 그림을 그리고 있던 건가? 이것도 되는지 한번 봅시다. 녹색 고장났다고 했는데 혹시 몰라? 뭐야? 마지막에 테이프 씹히는 소리 뭐야? 아이씨 귀 아파. 뒤로 가보면 소리 바뀜. 아우 귀 아파. 역재생도 되네. 빨리 감기도 되고. 근데 빨리 감으니까 피아노 소리가 한 줄도 안 들려. 그렇게 좋은 노래였는데. 조용. 에? 사람 소리. 분명 발소리가 들려서 숲을 헤치고 나가는 소리 같은데?
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
공부 게임 아니에요. 밖을 걷는 소리 맞네. 역재생하면 개 무섭겠다. 이 노래는 안 들어야지. 무서운 걸로. 무서운 걸로. 나 깜짝 놀래. 어이씨, 세상에. 아유 세상에. 너무
Is that an
무섭고.
egg? An egg with bird fruit.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
아 이것도
I think it's
퍼즐이네.
a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
뭐 똑같은 것끼리 연결하는 거 아니야 이런 거는? 응? 아닌가 봐. 아 돌려가면서. 에? 야 그렇게 생긴 거가 잠깐만요. 그러면 두 개. 이렇게 돌려봐야 돼요. 이거는 저거에 이렇게 하고 모양이 다 달라요. 다 섞였어. 90도로 꺾인 게 아니라 슉. 이거 맞나? 맞고. 그리고 여기가 이거 와야 되는데. 근데 이거 건드리면 안 되지 않나? 잠깐만. 건드려도 되는 녀석이 누구냐? 일단 이거랑 이거는 똑같아야 돼. 그리고 다 맞는데? 어디가 틀렸지? 잠깐만. 응? 어디가 잘못됐죠? 하고 이거는 똑같잖아, 양쪽이. 짧은 쪽에 하고 맞는데? 이렇게.
I got it.
I'm impressed.
이걸 눌러야 끝나는 거였어.
Did it unlock? What's in there?
난 자동으로 딱 끝날 줄 알았지.
Nothing.
Nothing.
아무것도
Well,
없다고?
I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
비날도 단서가 될 수 있지. 그럼. 아래 안감은 부드럽게 벨벳 같은 것도 소재로 돼 있다.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting. Looks like she was still holding her
그러네.
paintbrush
여기
and palette
얘
when she fell.
왼제비였네.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
가장 큰 부분은 중앙에 검은색이래. 이 녹색이 검은색인가 보다.
Freya's painting supplies.
뭐야, 이건 또 왜 이렇게 금이 같냐?
Freya's painting supplies.
미안해, 안 눌렀잖아.
A bunch of old books, covered in dust now, but they look well read.
무엇보다 이제 할머니랑 대화해봐야겠죠?
We're at the top.
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
It's so dark back there.
Somehow, the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room.
할머니 계속 모델하고 있는 거 아닙니까? 똑똑. 할머니 눈매 너무 무서워. 살려줘.
Flora, Philo?
헬로?
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to
근데
ask you
어떻게
a few
보면 할머니가
questions, I'm
목격자
afraid.
아닙니까?
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
왜 말을 안 하시지?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her
그치,
silence, I
침묵할
suppose.
권리는 있지.
For now. Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have
이름은
to ask
번역을
other
안 한
people
것
about
같아요.
Yeah, okay.
her. Freya was painting
영어
your
패치가 안
portrait
됐다.
yesterday. Is that right?
그래서 한국말 못 알아듣는 거죠? 뭐라는 거지?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
대화 안 할 것
Nope.
같아.
But at least we can say we tried.
진술 안 하실
Flora, you were
텐데.
definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something?
뭐래?
Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya?
뭐라도. 아니, 할머니 고고하신 거 봐라.
She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask
가족
me.
중에 누가
I
죽인
don't
거
know.
아닐까?
Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
걔가 비밀로 하는 거야. 이건 아직 잠겨 있어요.
That's the only door in and out of the room.
It's also on the floor.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there.
그럼 이제 딴 방도 들어가 볼 수 있나? 작업장. 누구 계신다. 안녕하세요?
Sir?
Sir?
Can you hear me? I'm
이
Private
집은 다
Detective
말이 없나?
Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
과묵한 집이네.
Grimoire.
Yeah?
Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your
Felix
beck and
Fellow.
call.
Okay.
And this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say
Felix
I'm rather
Fellow인데
jealous of you
하트를
two.
넣기에는 좀 문제가
yeah?
있지 않을까?
Why's that?
Out here
아저씨잖아.
solving
젊을 때 한
mysteries,
건가?
exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures.
Yeah?
That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
누구시죠?
So, Felix, what exactly do you do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer / treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
약간 망상에
We're
잡혀
talking
계신 것
like
같은데?
curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And,
했어요.
if I
TMI.
may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here.
은퇴란
I may
말에
be between
당황했죠?
ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow family has
길적거리는 거
certain
봐.
loyalties, and with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire
아까 할머니
world.
남편인가 본데?
Are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
그러니까 죽은 애 할아버지인 거 아니야?
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
안 들었지? 안 들었다 할 거지?
It was dust.
아, 말해주네.
A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain, as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
몇 점만 말해주세요.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway.
누가
I got
지나갔어?
a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be
Poppy?
honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course.
뭐지?
Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora.
바람꾼 히로인? 좀 쉬고 계세요.
A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as
정중하게
lived
손때가
in.
묻었다고 하자.
Yeah, it's a massive conch shell. Do you think there's a little crab living inside?
I hope so. It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure.
조사가 막히면 시도해보지. 아 근데 등 너무 귀엽다.
Fish?
Yes. It's also a lamp. For some reason.
나는 시무룩한 줄 알았는데 졸고 계시는 거예요.
Shelf junk.
호고라.
It's a barometer, but it's broken.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken.
여기도 물감이
A
있네.
little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
조각은 너무 귀엽다. 근데 왜 빨간색 어디 갔어? 왜 빨간색 없어요? 여기는 빨간색이 칠해져 있잖아. 파란색은 안 쓰셨네? 아, 만들어준 건가?
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it. What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
지도를 확인해야
Let's take a
된다고?
break.
여기 지도 있더라고.
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know
아,
there's
지도를
treasure?
그냥 저
Plus,
안에서
there's a
보는
treasure
거야?
map hanging.
난 따로 보는 건 줄 알았지. 여기 왼쪽에 있네. 여기에 보물이 있고. 그러면 한번 봅시다. 용이 가까이 있으면서 산은 좀 멀리. 나무가 제일 작아야 돼요. 용가. 여기네. 그러면 순서를 뭘로 적어야 되지? 잠깐만요. 마지막에 N 동그라미가 뭐야? 아, 방향이구나. 아, 그러면 이쪽 방향이에요. 이렇게야, 이렇게. 여기에요, 여기. 퍼즐 안 알려주셔도 돼요. 제가 알아서 풉니다.
There we go.
Perfect.
빨리 풀려고 하는 것도 아니고.
What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
귀엽네. 여기 빨간색 있네. 이거 할머니죠, 할머니. 자기 딸이랑 본인인가 봐. 그리고 닭이 있네.
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
그러네, 약간.
It's a drinking horn.
등이었어?
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
Oh.
바닥에 먼지
The
봐라.
floor is covered in wood shavings. A pencil drawing of a mountain on a moonlit night.
야, 연필 하라고?
Mood.
더 볼만한 거
A
없죠?
lot of redundant light sources in here.
주무시고 계시고.
More maps?
No, they're just blank.
Oh.
아, 빈종이래, 빈종이. 여긴 아직 못 가네요.
Locked. That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
아, 스케치를 해놓고 크게 그린 거구나. 작게. 가장자리는 검은 잉크로 줄이 그어져 있다. 방 청소 안 하네.
Painting supplies. Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark.
둘이 만담 아닙니까? 와, 근데 얘 진짜 미술을 좋아했나 보다. 다
It's a little
미술용품밖에
glass
없네.
box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing. One of them's holding a red rose.
FF? 빨간 정리.
It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
이 정도는 딱 알맞는
It's a little
흐트러짐이야.
wooden box for
To
paint.
the casual observer, maybe. They're not real paintbrushes.
아니 방에 뭐 이런 거
Looks like they're
두냐?
part of some kind of lock mechanism.
맞추면 뭐가 있을까? 뭔가 굳이 안 맞춰도 될 것 같은데. 보자. 붓을 바꿔서 올바른 순서를 찾아 퍼즐을 맞춰보자. 이게 잔높이 그림이 있거든요. 잘 보면 3cm, 1cm. 이렇게긴 한데 보자. 녹색, 분홍색. 마지막은 없네? 아, 5개니까 물음표 됐다 마나. 파란색이 2개죠. 근데 솔직히 물감 붓 이렇게 놔두는 거 극혐이다. 빨아놔둬라. 이게 될 수가 없네? 보자. 1cm, 2cm. 이거는 모양인 것 같고요. 그냥 모양은 또 이렇게지. 아니면 입으실 수도 있으니까. 근데 주황색이 어디 있어요? 내 눈에만 안 보여? 저기 섞었냐? 막대기 모양인가? 그러면 요거랑 녹색에 주황색 붓에다가 4준순인 것 같으니까. 파란색. 응? 마지막 잘못했구나. 이렇게 해야 되는구나.
That's done it.
아니 계속 붓이 6개인데 하나가 어딨지 했네.
What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
누구야? 난 채팅창 안 봐야겠다.
Not the
순서 안
kind of lamp
봅니다.
I choose for my bedroom.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either. And there's no natural
I
lighting.
like it.
그러네, 창문이 하나도 없네.
Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
누가 있다. 아까 사진에 있던 애 아닙니까? 닮았는데? 얘랑 닮지 않았어요? 그러고 보니까 얘 죽은? 닮았다?
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you, miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all
이런 애들이
crimes.
Thanks for
범죄자였던데?
letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis about the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator.
혁신가조래.
You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro something or
짝짝짝.
other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become
사람이에요,
a
사람.
scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
오.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the
아니
surrounding
요렇게가
light
얼굴이에요.
conditions.
요렇게.
Does it glow?
나머진
when you get
머리카락.
angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
안경이 마음에 안 들어서 만들었대요.
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about...
왜 너한테
Wait,
우리가 말해야
that's
돼?
what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door.
어,
I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room.
허비가 되게
Her makeup was
바쁘네요.
leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face. She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
애들이 그래.
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
되게 덤덤하네 다들.
What's in those
그림의
bottles?
칼 끝에 피가 묻어 있었어요. 그걸로 그림을 그려놨었어.
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
자기들 집이다. 그죠?
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains.
잘
What are you
만들었다.
thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
똑같이 생겼다.
Is that
아, 잘못
Of
눌렀다.
sorts. It's an illustrated book about birds.
얘가
it's been
새를
left open?
좋아하는구나.
Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for us to find.
의도적으로 펴놨거나.
Ever so slightly unnerving.
뭐야, 태도감. 얼룩새는 놀랍도록 똑똑한 새로 조류 비스티드 중에서도 수명이 굉장히 길다. 다른 새들은 종종 얼룩새에게 공격적인 성향을 보인다. 따라서 얼룩새는 대부분 생애를 홀로 보낸다. 안타깝고요. 아까 이 병아리 같은 애들이 얼룩새인가봐. 탄툰 아미카? 열매만 먹는다. 요렇게 생긴 것만 먹나봐요. 이거 칼 모양이랑 닮았다. 이거. 그 그림에 있는 칼 모양이랑 닮았어요. 그쵸?
A book on the floor.
어.
Fundamental
그
entomology.
I guess somebody dropped it.
책장 너무 졌다, 야.
Books about ancient
These
history.
books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks. Books about geography.
Skip.
스킵.
Books about insects.
Well, theoretically, there's not a single book on that shelf.
Huh.
그러네. 책장에 한 권도 없네. 이제 뭐 이거 비었네?
Books about space.
They're relatively untouched. Sure, why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
The search for new knowledge. The archiving of old knowledge. It's downright poetic.
그리고 위에 천정에 빛이 뭐가 있길래 바닥에
It's
이래?
musty in here.
What exactly does that mean? What is...
Must.
곰팡이 내가
You
뭔지
ask such
몰라,
stupid
쟤는?
questions.
곰팡이 냄새 있어.
Nice. A chalkboard.
응.
Is this a library or a classroom?
응, 곰팡이 냄새 있어요. 곰팡이 냄새. 이거는 필요 없고 여기만 중요하겠죠? 누가 봐도?
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
그 저장해놔. 안 찍어놨지? 안 찍어놓네. 다음에 들리는 걸로 뭔 일 있으면.
Books about birds.
The shelves are about half empty.
Oh, so you're a the shelves are half empty kind of person.
You knew this already.
새를 좋아하는 것 치고는 책장에
Books
비었네.
about nature.
It's musty.
What exactly does that...
Must. You ask such
Nice.
우다다다다. PP의 방. 어?
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
잠깐만요. 오늘 처음 온 거 아니냐?
Is that supposed to be me?
왜 어떻게
Why do
그려져
I look
있어?
so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking.
무슨
Does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all
근데
this?
언제 이걸 다 그린 거지? 여기 너도 있어.
That's you, Sally.
What? I do not look like that. Do I?
똑같아.
Who's that?
Not sure.
아직 모르는 게 많은데 할아버지랑 할머니도
that's
연결이 돼
supposed to be
있어요.
Felix.
잘 보면.
That's gotta be Flora. Did you notice who isn't on here?
없잖아. 죽은 애 없어.
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
아 그러네. 본인도 없네?
A new suspect! Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
우리 콩트 아니야?
Save it for the judge. That's a whole lot of books.
개방이에요. 여자의 방.
That's a whole lot of books.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's
그러네?
even worse.
아무것도 안 적혀 있는 캔이 있네.
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
열어봐.
Is it a clue?
응.
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
그냥
What's
미생물
that
관한
big book on the
메모래요.
desk?
Looks like something
Is it a
Fifi.
clue?
I hope it's just a
똑같은
bunch of
내용이죠?
notes about her micro.
It's a magnifying glass.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
부동산 가치를.
And over here, you'll see the owners use a simple trick, but it really
얘한테는
transforms
근데
the
창문이
space.
필요 없는 것 같은데, 그죠? 종이로 다 막아놨어.
It looks like a microscope. A
이걸
big
자기가 발명했다는 그
Can
현미경인가
I
보지?
touch it? I'm not.
어느 정도 확대되는지 한번 보자. 이렇게. 여기가 저렇게 끊겼는데도 되나? 끊기면 안 되는 것 같죠?
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box.
설계도?
There's a book in here.
오, 근데 잠금 걸려 있다. 누가 봐도 못 풀 것처럼 생겼다. 하지만 방법이 있겠죠? 이거 뭐야?
Boxes. Of stuff.
이 주스 되게 좋아하나 봐.
Scientific formulas.
아,
Probably. I'll openly admit I have no idea what any of it means.
드라이버. 톡 끊으면 되는 거 아닙니까?
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or
Any idea what this means?
not a clue?
아니
I'm
적어가라니까.
not sure I learned anything.
난 적어가길 원하는데 안 적어가네. 오른쪽에 이제 가면 사람들 있겠지? 누구 있다.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
뭐가 적혀있었는데 누군가 긁어냈대.
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with four
야, 사람 옆에
faces.
있는데 막 열어봐.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
숫자가 있고 시계를 봐야 되나봐요. 392하고 6인가? 아 6인 것 같아요. 6이랑 이게 9인가 보다.
I'll do this later.
똑똑.
Whoa. Nice cape.
You're not fellows or
아,
pointers.
여자분이시면
I'm sure I shall
만나봐.
immediately regret asking. But who are you and what is
좋아하는
your business
사람들끼리
here?
연결해놨나봐.
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick
아까 그
Grimoire.
그림이
Private detective.
부부라던가.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire.
얘랑 얘는
I'll become
아닌데.
her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya fellow case, too.
그치, 이 집에 있는 사람들이니까.
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
그래도 그 대화 다
It's not in
해줘.
my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
그건 또 싫어?
Very well. Let us make a small exception.
살인 용의자는 되기 싫대.
Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my
그래도
client.
용의자입니다.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours.
예?
5.5 days.
얼마 안 됐네?
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
멋있대. 상처 멋있대.
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers is one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite. Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase.
머리가
Our
지붕
eyes
같네.
met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase.
올라가다 이제 만난 거고.
More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear, but sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
이름이 너무 어렵잖아, 이 친구. 어디서 시계나 그걸 보는 데가 있지 않을까요?
You ever see a mushroom that big before?
Not in real life.
응? 현실에서는 없지 않은데 현실인데 여기?
Looks like it might be about to fall apart. Grimoire, you go first.
먼저 가보래.
Nothing there.
아니 좀 뭐 있는데 이건 아니야?
It's Tangle Tower.
Ah.
Or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower.
얘 머리
It's
없어진
a
것
sea
같다?
serpent. Turned into stone by a wizard.
If you say so. What happened to its head?
그럼 머리 어디 갔냐?
Beheaded.
참수당했대.
A little bridge leading back to the gardens. Looks like it.
잘못 눌렀어.
Grimoire, you go first.
일단 다 돌아보자. 온실. 정원사분 계시네.
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes.
이분도 과묵하시네.
Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
왜 그렇게 크조는 뭐야? 사람이 클
I
수도
don't
있지.
know.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just
돈을 받고 일하는 건
my
아니다.
area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's
당신에게는
this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener.
뭔가
I was in
수상하네.
my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet.
옥상정원? 아,
And then it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human.
인간의 것이
We thought
아니었다.
it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I
그래,
not
퍼피가
mention
되게
that?
여기저기 많아요.
Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I
아,
knocked on the door
그래서
and
얘가 문을
shouted.
부쉈구나.
Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help.
진술
I
화면에서
wanted to go
보면
back to my room, but I realized nobody
할머니한테
had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
저 칼 같은
I
게
found her
있어.
pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I
만났다고
approached her,
했어.
she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long.
지금 뭐야
But when I
뭐야.
told her about Freya, she fell silent.
표정 봐. 연애 얘기 안 궁금한데 이런 표정인데.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
A little chart of, actually, I have no idea what it's about. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
이거를
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
어디 적어가. 맨날 어디 뭔지 모르겠네 하고 그냥 하면 어떡해.
Hanging baskets. They're so high.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
그래. 콧대 올라간 거 봐. 5cm면 얼마나 나는데.
Bags of soil.
It's so blue.
그러네요. 파래. 흙이.
It's glass, but I can't see through it.
Total oxymoron.
I am not.
내가 어디를 좀 적어놓을까? 이거 화분 있네.
Tools used by a gardener for gardening.
얘들이 메모 알아서 안 해주는 건 내가 좀 적어놔야겠는데?
Hanging baskets. They're so high up.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
마법의 힘을 가졌다고?
This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone. Don't you
원석
think?
같다고? 파란색으로 빛나고 있고 열매는 원석같이 단단하대요.
All the flowers here look kind of
Can
poisonous.
flowers be
되게
poisonous?
무섭게 있다 근데
Anything
뒤에.
can be poisonous.
Good to know. Is that fruit?
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no.
그래 웬만하면 먹지 마. 내가 봤을 때도 안 먹는 게 좋을 것 같아.
A little chart of. Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
이거를 얘들이 저장해가면 좋은데
Kind of reminds me of a
주기율
periodic table.
보게 한데 잠시만요. 캡처하면 다시 켜야 되니까 폰으로 찍어놔야지. 폰으로 찍어놔야지. 짜잔. 됐어. 폰 가져왔어요. 폰이 멀리 있어가지고.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Is that a
If it is, it's a clock with.
이걸 바로 할 수 있나? 이거 12네. 잠깐만, 이거는 이거 3개가 돌아가고, 이건 요거 2개. 이거는 혼자 돌아가니? 아니네. 요건 요거 3개 돌아가거든요? 방향도 다르니까. 이게 6이고 이게 9구나. 이거 2개는 똑같이 움직인다, 그죠? 이건 아닌가봐요, 이렇게는. 이거 눌러야 되나?
that was it.
맞네.
Nice work.
저
What's in the
누르는 거
box?
되게 어색하다.
a little tool thing? But I'm not actually sure what it is.
나사가 들어가 있다. 그럼 아까 그 개구리도 그냥 풀 수 있을까?
I'm still not
Should we take another look? Looks like he's playing a semi-grand pedal harp.
You're some kind of harp expert, Sally.
Did you not know? I had a harp when I was a kid. A little handheld one, only 8 strings.
Liar.
It's the truth, I swear.
빠지는 거 보소. 약간 음역대 따라서 해놓는 거 아닐까요? 뭐 종도 있고 잘 보면.
Let's come back later.
아니 모양이 만들어진다던가. 그리고 아저씨 집 열렸네. 집이래 방. 정원까지 열리지 않을까? 와 진짜 아무것도 없다. 와 너무 쓸쓸해 보여.
It's a little handmade card. Inside it says, "To Fitz from PP."
베이비.
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be
진정한
outside.
침실이라고요? 이 접시는 어쩔
An
건데?
empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to
물고
cry.
싶어진대. 이 방 뭔가 슬퍼.
Why?
I don't know.
더
Oh
성하게 사네.
wow.
What?
It's a big empty space.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
그렇지, 막
Doesn't
숨겨놓은
need to
거지.
be. It's a combination lock. Sort of.
일종의 이거를 좀 더 밑에 해야 될 것 같아. 위에인가? 잠깐만요. 이렇게인가? 이 입도 있고. 이게 근데 순서는 어떻게 알지? 바꾸면 바꿀수록 여러 개가 나올 것 같긴 한데 이렇게 순서를 잠깐만. 색깔별로 표시해 둔 거냐? 네? 하나. 색 구분을 어떻게 할까? 이게 순서 구분을 하는 법을 눈치를 채야 될 것 같은데? 다른 모양인가? 이거랑 이거랑 좀 다르게 생기긴 했다. 잘 보면 맞아, 조금씩 다르게 생겼어. 이거에 더 가깝죠? 뾰족해야 되니까. 또 어느 변이 남았냐? 여기 했고 이면? 아, 이건 아까 했던 거네. 이거에 가깝거든요. 여기 했는 것 같고, 파란색을 내려가지고 파란색을 내리면 넣을 만한 게 있나? 파란색 오른쪽? 이거는 했던 그림이잖아. 물방울 여기랑 여기고, 파란색 부분, 녹색을 가운데 두고 생각을 해봐야겠다. 여기가 이거고요. 이건가? 이건가? 헷갈리고. 이렇게 평평하면 뭘 만들 수 있는 게 있나? 얘들이 평평한 데가 없는데? 이건 물방울이고, 그럼 이렇게인가? 여기 있네.
That's done it.
Neat. Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh, that's kind of ominous.
모종삽이다. 이놈의 PP랑 FF 이런 아저씨가 FF네, 그죠? 그 편지에도 PP가
It's
있었던
low.
거야.
Inside it says, "Do fits."
야, 가게도 켜봐라. 루피가 누구냐? 가게도 없냐? 가게도 같은 거 좀 찍어놔 이런.
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
그 죽은 애는 FF라서 난 얘인 줄 알았더니 얘가 FF였네.
What's that thing by the handle?
밀어서 뚜껑을 열 수 있다. 이쪽인가?
Nothing. Still
The
locked.
tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
Those moon symbols in the slots.
Maybe they're connected, but also not.
아, 위에 맞춰 올리는 게 아니구나. 보자. 태양이랑 달이랑 이러면 모양이 제일 이쁘긴 해. 얘 비밀번호
Maybe the
있나 보다.
information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
다른 곳에 있나 봐.
Let's come back once we know.
깔끔. 매우 만족. 여기 있다. 커피. 아니,
Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude! Unless she is a ghost.
아니 안
It may
깼어요.
come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer and a pianist.
We'll need to
피아니스트?
ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist.
지금 얘가 가장 유력하긴 한데 원래 가장 유력해 보이는 용의자는 범인이 아니거든요.
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone
그러면
these
음악
days.
녹음해 준 것도
Especially
얘겠네.
not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
Two of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away.
화났잖아.
Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it.
세 명이 제일
wanted to
친한
leave,
사이였나
but
봐요.
Fifi, things are more complicated for her.
복잡한 일이
What
많다고.
about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
왜? 왜 도망가게?
3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your
아파.
hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
얘가 피피인 거 아닙니까?
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about
같이
3
있었다고?
seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it. Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not
이런
mash
식으로
its gentle
되는구나.
birth. Hour by hour,
연관되는
day by
사람끼리
day,
물어볼 수도 있네.
tune your heart to nature's way. That's me.
알았어.
I'm on a
화내는 거
list
봐.
of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kind of cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
아, 이렇게 물어볼 수 있는 거 알았어. 아, 이렇게 이거에 대해서 물어볼 수도 있고. 그럼 이거 어떻게
Is
생각해?
that a gardening trowel?
Yeah, I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it.
관심이 없네? 이건 어떻게 생각해?
That's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
All right, Poppy's
I wonder
bedroom.
what's in there.
잠깐만요. 와, 동선 이렇게 표시되네.
Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a
근데
little
동
parade of
진짜
floating
많다.
spirits.
여기 뭐 깨져 있다.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
While it is the music room, he's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
뿔피리 동상. 동상이랑 막 다 깨져 있네. 그럼 뭐가 깨진 거지? 병 같은 게 깨져 있는 것 같은데? 잠깐만요.
Oh, whatever it is.
While it is got to
What's
practice.
with all the broken glass?
이렇게 확대해서 볼 수도 있네. 귀엽기네.
There's a faded mural on the wall.
When I was a kid, I never knew the difference between a mural and a mosaic.
You still don't know, do you?
No.
One old.
Yep.
25 dry old books.
Mhm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem? Sheet music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably why they're on the floor.
예방 노래 좋네. 우리 뭐 있는데 내가 봤을 때. 너 얘 좋아하냐?
I'll say this. He's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
아니 얘한테
Fitz
물어보면 안
spends most of his
되는구나.
time alone in the greenhouse.
쟤한테 물어봐야
But I heard
되는구나
he's been
정원사한테.
breeding experimental flowers in secret.
근데 자기
Wow.
탑가져서 뭐라고 하는 거
I
아닙니까?
just wonder if he's getting restless. Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
죽은 애에 대해서
I should probably
물어봐야겠다.
have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite.
어떻게
Freya
생각해?
Fellow is was of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
얘는 좋아했네.
Couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, detective.
네 일은 네가 하래.
Quite the
할머니 어때?
stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
안 가봤던 방을 먼저 가봤다 오면 되겠다. 애들 방도 열려야 될 것 같으니까 눈에만 빛나.
Poppy and I are friends.
아,
By
친구야?
that, dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind,
축이 잘
and she has
맞을
an
거래.
interest in plants, unusual flowers mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
아니.
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
아까 그
Insects.
병에 곤충을
One of my
키웠나 봐.
jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
되게 언제나 친절했다. 얘 뭐야?
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't
이건
what
그럼
she asked.
기념품이네. 말 안 하는 거 보소. 야, 이렇게 버젓이 그림이 있는데 이건 어떻게
Fitz, one
생각해?
of these drawings is of you in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
같이 있을
Are
수
we
있지
done?
뭐. 그런 식인가 봐. 있을 수도 있지 이런 느낌이 봐봐. 그래 있을 수 있지 친구니까. 칼이 세.
My little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
중앙 페이지가 찢겨 나갔다.
Check out that butterfly.
가면 같아 무서워.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
Bird diagrams. Hand painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff. They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is. I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier
무게로
than the
묶는다고
other.
머리를? 말도 안 되는 소리 하고 있네.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear!
머리 말하는 거야
What
그래.
shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
본인 설명.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel? Where
태초.
to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz.
아,
He's
둘이구나.
not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether. I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there, crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day, watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4. But
와,
in truth, it's more
실제로는
like
400마리가
400.
넘는데.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course. And they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I. Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear.
짜증난
I
것처럼
followed him
보였다.
down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering
Hawkshaw.
over by the library.
물어보니까 저쪽이라
I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow Tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
그러면
And
저쪽 맞은편
especially fancy
쪽에
cage.
예방이겠네?
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
애들 커였네.
What's with those little windows down there?
헤드 들락 거는
I think they're
데인가?
there for draining rainwater.
Oh,
여기 전체가 3장이니까 빗물 빠지는 데였어. 우리 표시도 되는 거 너무 귀엽다.
traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
아, 여기도 있네?
Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude.
뭘 해야 돼? 나무 들어왔다고.
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds? Nope, they're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
이거 약간 그거야? 가게도 같은 거야? 색깔 왜 이래?
I got it.
I'm impressed. Did the door open? What's in there?
어? 응? 아. 방금 거요? 색깔. 화났네요. 왕창 화났네. 이제 내가 그녀를 갖겠어.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
아까 걔가 준 거 아니야? 소양이 파란색이잖아 일단.
A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
A little tea set.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
아 진짜 새 친구밖에 없네.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence.
여기가 저 여자의 방이 아니었구나.
Oh, thank goodness, there are 7 lit candles.
7개 켜져 있다고 좋아하네.
Wouldn't want it to be dark in here. That is the bed of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back. There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright. Sheet
귀찮아해.
music.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely.
It's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
그거를
It's a metronome
액자에 왜
for keeping
놨을까?
time.
It's ticking.
응.
Is it a bomb?
아니야.
It's supposed to be
메트로놈은 원래
ticking. Not sure what
째깍거려.
those symbols are, though.
얘 모양대로 하나씩 움직이는
That's
거였네.
done it.
Neat. What happened?
뭐지?
Little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a part of a photograph.
두 개 합치면 되겠다. 왜 찢었지? 얘가 피피인가요? 피피 머리 염색했네? 이 사진이랑 아까 그 사진이랑
There's
하나인데?
something about that pink cassette.
얘가 해준 것 같아.
Something
왜?
suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
아 얘한테 물어봐. 오케이. 물어보면 되는 거구나.
Anything in the drawers?
Nothing you need to know about.
왜 사진에 저렇게 찢었을까? 사이가 안 좋아졌나?
Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there were so many shades of black.
Empty. A big glass door leads out into a garden.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
예, 똑같은 거네요. 여기는 해다 반대로 그죠? 근데 여기는 문양이 없네? 요 줄에? 아, 그러면 이렇게인가 보다.
Something happened.
저쪽은 해를 맞추고 또 요 모양대로 여긴 아까 그 달 모양을 맞추는 건가 봐요.
That must be it. And the door's still locked.
잠겨
I
있다고?
still feel like we made some sort of progress.
양쪽을 다 까야 열리나?
It's locked. But at
I
least
thought we were halfway up a tower.
we are.
What's that thing by the hand?
It made a noise.
I guess that was right.
열려?
Finally.
아,
it's
열렸네.
open.
양쪽 다 까야 열리는 거
Whatever's on
맞네.
the other side, better.
병원 가보자. 옥상, 옥상.
Giant stone frog. Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
척추 개구리 위. 혓바닥 위에 있다.
Giant stone frog.
Ah, he's got his tongue.
Except those aren't snowflakes.
가동가야 미안해.
They're
잘못
feathers.
눌렀어.
A little pond.
It looks really. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh, yeah. What are you supposed to for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and
나
then never
잘못 본
bothered
줄
to fix
알았네.
it.
여기 헤드셋 쓰고 있는 애 하나 있네. 둠칫둠칫.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
뮤트를 켜고 있다.
He's also wearing...
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
귀마개라고? 뭔가 귀엽네, 애들 다.
Oh, good. A bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
장식이다 이 말이야. 여기도 알이
More egg
있네요.
statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make. That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon. It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of blue. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks
그러네,
very
여기
well
꽃잎이
cared for.
The
떨어졌네.
roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
The door into Poppy's.
So, only Poppy and Fitz can get into the garden?
Ah, I guess so.
둘만의 정원이야? 방 옆에 끼고 있잖아. 그리고 요 방 가서 일단 얘기 들어보고 이제 물어보러 가면 될 듯. 삼촌이랬죠? 아빠.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars.
예?
They're
머리에 지붕
whispering.
얹으셨네.
So quiet and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
누구시죠?
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return.
안정적인
Nor
수입을 받은
would I
적이 없다고?
expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the Cosmos I say hi.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
봤어 혹시?
I was at
짜증내면서
my
갔잖아.
telescope for the majority of the evening. But at one point, I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside.
울고 있었댔죠?
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
왜?
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
있어봐.
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system?
I would look at it.
Wait a minute.
음?
Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
아 이렇게 도는구나. 보자. 처지네. 달과 태양을 중심으로 뭔가 만들 수 있는 게 있을까? 잠깐만.
Reset the puzzle?
아 이게 돌아가네. 와 진짜 밝아 두 개 같이 있으니까. 이렇게 하면 이게 안 맞네. 여기가 안 맞네. 이렇게 해야 되나? 그럼 반대로 오니까 안 되고. 이거를 채우는 게 아닌가? 아니면 요렇게 해야 되지 뭐. 두 개를 나눠가지고.
No, that was it.
Nice work. Did you hear that?
There's a little hatch underneath. What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
딱정벌레다. 황금 딱정벌레. 뭐야? 동일한 광물로 구성된 외골격을 가졌다는 데서 유래. 수명이 수년에 이른다. 시익거리는 큰 소음을 내요. 95데시벨 이상이라고? 되게 큰데? 포식자들을 쫓아내고 잡아먹힌 경우 완전히 소화되지 못하게 한다.
Tidier than my desk.
자랑이다.
The notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
It's tidier than mine.
So, even the most well-used notebook.
A picture frame.
With no picture.
응? 사진이 없다고?
It's a chart of the solar system. Which planet are you from, Sally?
대답도 안 해줘.
A spyglass to the stars.
They're in very good condition.
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
You can see right into Flora's
그러네.
room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the back side of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
Is that a window?
I think
위에
it
방이
is.
하나 더 있는데?
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there. I can just about see the ground.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind.
Maybe it's glued down.
I can see the doorway. It leads in the door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky.
I can't move it.
그럼 여기를 보고 아저씨가
I think this is
호다닥
just
간
how
거
it's set up.
아닙니까? 뭔가 알고 계시는구만.
It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime.
It's tidier than the note.
So, even the most well-used note.
이제 저 위에 방 열렸다. 여기 와서 혐의는 뭐야?
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody?
이 테이프 아니라고?
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them
왜
too, aren't you?
찢었어?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
그럼 이건 뭐야?
I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there.
저기에는
I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
수상한데? 이게 어디서 발견됐었죠? 테이프를 모른다고? 있었다고?
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird.
누르면 연주할 수 있나?
Those pedals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual.
거기 옥상에서 장미 하나를 뜯어서 이 종이랑 같이 보냈나 봐. 꽃잎이 떨어져 있었다고? 이거
Do you
어떻게
know where
생각해?
those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belonged to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar.
약간 웃는데?
No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly. This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said
그럼
she
프레야
wanted to record
목소리구나.
something.
그
Any
흥얼거리던
idea
게.
how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
얘
Does this
모른다는
belong to
거에.
you?
당황스럽고.
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody?
혐의 이런 것도 있더라고요. 일단 여기부터 궁금해. 다락방.
Just dusty junk.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't.
좋아하는데?
It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight, like a man.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
안에 뭔가로 채워져 있다고. 그럼 까봐라.
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh. Just dusty junk. What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
뭐지? 이렇게 돌리는 건가? 여기 연결해가지고? 그럼 딴 애들도 그럼 이제 막 혐의 이런 걸 할 수 있는 거예요. 뭔 소리가 있어? 아니 걔만 나오네? 무슨 혐의가 있는데? 얘는 혐의가 있거든요.
Between the lips a silver spoon, the chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze. Hard of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be.
되게 시적인 애구나 너.
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling, stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space. Foregone drifter, holding fast, days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender, accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom? Some four walls make round a room. 4 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 walls
오빠는?
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying. Earthly tether, slowly fraying. Floating, helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
예. 줄만 안 물어보기도 애매하고.
Feathers flashing in the light from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage. With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will. Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
왜 사이들이 안 좋아졌을까? 사진을 찢었을 땐 다 이유가 있을 텐데. 아까
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased.
그게 다야?
Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
어디지?
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third.
그래 왜 3분의 2로 찢었냐고. 이건 뭐냐고.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
모른다고? 누가 봐도
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
그치 안엔 페이지가 있지. 틀린 말은 아니에요. 똑똑하네.
Is she laughing?
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right. But why?
I do not know why.
소리가 다 잘 나더라고.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
방금 물어봤는데 안 알려주던데. 아, 혹시 혐의를 해야지만 열어줍니까?
Is this your diary, Fifi?
아, 그러네.
We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
and... This particular diary is unused.
열어줘봐,
It
그럼.
doesn't look unused.
일단 일기장이라고 하기에는 너무 비밀이 잠겨있고
It's not a diary at all.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
그러니까 아 다른 사람
It's
거라서?
somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
그럼
We need a
열어줘봐.
clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the
그래,
original
열어줘봐.
owner was.
주인과 증명할 거? 예? 이걸 열어줘. 열어주면 되는 거 아니에요? 아니지, 이거랑 비교해보려면 이걸 열긴 해야 되는데. 글씨체 같은 건 없나? 얘께 딴 게 없는데 나한테? 뭐가 있나? 자, 일기장 줘보자.
We need a clue that's got a connection to this one.
도감도 아닐 거 아니야. 이거는 그냥 있는 건데. 네? 일기장가 할 만한 게 있다고? 여기에? 이건 죽은 애가 그린 거고. 아, 이 사람도 탐정이었습니까? 근데 시계를 2개나 차고 다니네, 이제 보니까. 비교할 만한 거. 뭐 글씨체라던가 그런 게 있어야 되는 거 아닙니까? 다른 사람의 일기장이면 혹시 이거? 그리고 저기 뭐야, 세조하나 언니 책에 책 찢어졌다 했는데 이거 아닙니까?
That's not it.
아닌 거 나도 알아. 혹시 딱정벌레 좋아하니? 일기장에 딱정벌레 쓰진 않잖아요. 아, 해볼까? 뭔가 글씨체 할 만한 거 있나?
That's not it.
글씨체. 아니면 안에 다 그림 들어있는 거 아니야? 이게 약간 종이 같은 게 많이 들어있거든요? 이거는 얘게 아닌 것 같은데?
That's not it. That's not it.
의류독감은 아닐 거고. 딱정벌레?
That's not it.
아니잖아. 대조해볼 만한 거. 걔랑 뭘 대조해야 돼? 없는 거 아닙니까? 빈칸. 얘게 아니라는 증거가 없는데? 야, 더 구해오면 안 되냐? 혹시
That
그림이니?
kinda makes sense, but no.
왜 그림이 들었을 수도 있지. 일단 까보라 그래. 솔직히 이거 딱 내밀면서 장치나 풀어 이러면 되지. 풀면 알 수 있다고? 이거나 풀어줘 이거나. 이게 얘게 아니라는 증거, 직접 비교할 만한 거.
That's not it.
악보도 아니고 뭐가 있을까요? 새들은 아닐 거 아니야. 딱 펼쳤는데 새가 있을 순 없잖아. 사건 파일? 사건 파일?
That's not it.
타워. 그림?
That's not it.
그림은 절대 아니고요. 이것도 아니고. 아, 여기 있다.
Let's take a closer look at this.
플레이할 거지.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it
이걸
belonged to
읽어주는
Freya.
겁니까?
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
왜 그런 일을 하냐고? 비밀 비밀 편지를 봤니? 보면 되지. 알지 못했던 거. 그림은 아닐 것 같고요. 왜 프레야의 일기를 숨겼을까? 뭐, 알지 못했, 누구에게도 알리고 싶지 않았던 거. 누군가가 이런 거 아니에요? 프레야의 누구에게도 알리고 싶지 않던 개인적인 비밀이 일기장 속에 들어있던 거 아니에요?
Freya didn't want anyone to see. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
근접하다고? 아니면 너의 비밀이니 혹시?
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal
본인 비밀.
secrets within Freya's diary.
본인
This is
비밀.
true, Fifi.
I know Freya was your friend,
일기장이니까.
but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
열어줘.
Very well. I will open
어허.
it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
All right, Fifi unlocked
Okay.
the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
뭐야? 그게 다시 보인다. 이번에는 실제로 나인가? 내가 그렇게 만든 것인가? 그 그림을 찢어버려야 할 것. 영혼 전달자는 성공이다. 장한 녀석. 이제 내게는 2개가 있다. 둘이 더 필요해. 뭔 소리야 이게? 중앙으로 가는 길을 찾았다. 하프와 비교하면 굉장히 단순했다. 그들을 모두 봤다. 5개 모두. 눈을 모두 까맣게 그었다. 하지만 모든 것에도 불구하고 난 아직 지켜야 할 약속이 있다. 아닌가. 얘도 만만치 않겠다. 또라이. 영혼 전달자신가요?
I need to confirm something
이게
with you,
뭐였죠?
Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about
아,
this
그래.
cassette tape? Is it yours?
이건 네가 준 거지?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting.
피아노가
And do you
들어있었다고.
know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be
그치.
honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the
크라임
gramophone.
씬.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
절대라는
Not
표현을 안 해.
my
일단 색이 얘 취향은 아니야. 근데 얘 옛날에 보면 되게 밝은 옷 입고 있었어. 아니야, 넌 예전에 이 색을
You
좋아했어.
used to like these colors.
내가 봤어.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape.
이건 제가
Something
봤어요.
that proves Poppy
사진에서.
used to like these colors.
머리색도 하얀색이었다고. 노란색. 이건 뭐지? 이때가 더 이쁜데.
Let's take a closer look at this.
보자. 분홍색 카세트 테이프. 분홍이를 좋아했던 거야. 잠깐만. 반대로 돼야 되는 거 아닙니까?
The pink cassette tape almost.
아니 2개를 바꾸면 말이 되는데 딴 게 있나 보다 그러면. 이건 사건 현장에서 발견된 게 맞는데 이 사진이 얘 방에 있었는데
The pink
이건가
cassette
그럼?
tape.
사진에서 사용한 거니까 내가
That
저
is
말이
not
되게
me.
어렵게 돼
Yeah, it is.
있다.
I'll prove it.
뭐? 아 하나로 합치라고?
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your 2 best friends.
절친이었는데 왜
Why'd you tear it
그러냐?
up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
아니야 살인자라는 증거야는 뭐야? 싫어하는 건가? 얘들이 얘를 싫어하는 거 아닙니까? 근데 싫어하는 거 같지 않았는데? 사진을 찢어 이 살인자.
Poppy hates Fifi and Freya now.
You sure about that?
아니야
Not entirely.
그 두
I
왜
think
왜
the
사이가 안
answer is
좋아진
pretty
거지? 왜
straightforward.
찢어가진 거지?
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it.
시커멓게
Makes
해서
this whole
다녀.
thing seem
왜?
kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
왜 사이가 안 좋아졌는지는
She
알려줘.
doesn't want to look like that anymore.
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift.
몇 년 전에 줬다.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
아.
Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
깬 거
Does anybody
궁금했거든요.
else use the music room?
Yes.
누구?
I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
누군가 와서 피아노를 만졌다고? 이거는 혐의가 끝났을 때 누르는 거 아닙니까? 아 이거 뭐야? 알려주는 거였잖아. 뭔가 저거 누르면 안 될 것 같아서 혐의를 다 한 다음에 해야 되지 않을까요? 아저씨한테 내가 보여줄 만한 거. 아저씨 렌즈
What's
좋아해?
this?
It looks like it might be a telescope.
렌즈
Thought
좋아해?
you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
그 언니한테 이것도 물어보고 싶어요. 아저씨한테 아저씨 방에서 내가 뭘 얻었지?
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant
뭉치지만
of
네가
Tangle Tower.
넣어놨잖아.
I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
눈치 보는 거 봐.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so
자기도
now he
모르는데.
has to pretend it is.
That's how it works. There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits.
그래. 별은 보지도 않잖아요.
Let's ask him about it.
별은 보지도
So,
않고 앞방만 보고.
Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
코 잡은 겁니까?
I have a theory
안경 잡은
about you,
건가?
Professor.
Oh? Go on.
천문학에 관심이
You're
없습니다.
not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
별은 그냥 말할 뿐이었어.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant
손봐라, 지금
insects.
초조한가 봐.
My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
그것 때문에 그러는데 왜 별을 안 보나요? 실제로 보고 있는 것은 범죄 현장이었다.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly
맞죠,
entomologist.
아저씨?
Now
왜
you're
감춰?
accusing me of what? Spying?
처음부터
Are you
수상했어.
spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
프레이야.
It's a very precious specimen, incredibly rare, valuable in ways you could never
이건 네 방에
understand.
있었다니까?
Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is
뭘 봤냐?
important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't.
진짜?
When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. We could have missed something.
병원으로 가보자고? 그래? 그 개구리 동상 얘기하는 거 아닙니까? 이거 생겼다.
This wasn't here before.
그래, 아까는 없었는데.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
제 새로운 친구입니다. 음악을 좋아하시죠? 단순한 선율은 그의 영혼을 감동시킬 겁니다. 그에게 행운을 빕니다. 프레야. 표정 봐.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
그래, 비교 한번 해봐.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
well, it's
그러면
confirmed.
그 편지 안에 들어있던
We
거를
have a ghost
돌려막기
helping us.
하고 있네.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
뭐야? 끝나지 않는 사건. 챕터 같은 겁니까?
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
그 모양이 똑같은 게 없나요 혹시? 아 그러네.
Let's come
똑같은
back
모양이 없네
later.
없네. 이게 데칼코마닌 거잖아. 어떤 모양이 보이나 해서. 이게 그 개구리 동상에서 모양을 맞추는 데 쓰지 않을까?
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's
Is
just...
it working?
No.
No. 그리고 언니 이거 어떻게 생각해?
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
질투하셨네.
There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
근데 이
I must say
새들은
the
왜 안
girls are
자유로워?
awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you
그래,
keep
딴
them in a
애들은
cage?
날아다니는데.
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest.
어떻게 알아,
Tabitha is
이걸?
the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
모자에 이름을 왜 붙여?
Yes, it's my my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
저급한 거 같다고?
Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them? Even this one of...
Yes.
한숨 봐.
Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The...
얼룩새에 있는
This
이거랑
one?
똑같이 생겼어.
It was thought to be extinct for a long time.
볼
Then
때마다.
one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh. There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
나는 일기만 물어보면
Let's ask her about
편지만 물어보면 이거 말할 줄 알았는데 말을 안 하네요.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
We found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
빨간
They're from
장미꽃잎이죠.
red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
단서가 필요해. 이거요.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I
갔다고
have no
했잖아.
access?
아까 갔다
Is it
했는데?
really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
엿보는데 사용됐다. 아니네요. 엿보는 게 아니었나봐. 뇌물을 사용하게 됐대. 나는 만환경을 사용해서 얘들 둘을 엿보는 줄 알았는데 성공하지 못했다. 그들의 돈을 훔쳤다. 죽이진 않았을 것 같은데?
Pointer's telescope.
아닌 것
Nope.
같은데? 아니면 누군가로부터 도난을 당했다. 도난이요? 누가 가능했을까? 대신에 새들이 가서 뭘 할 수 있어? 주의를 돌린 건가? 요 둘만 쓰는 거니까 뇌물로 살. 꽃잎을 가져온 방법을 얘기하는 거 아닙니까? 하트 있는 꽃? 증거를 훔쳤다. 아니 왜 이렇게 둘이랑은 연관이 없으니까 갑자기 초상화? 가쁜 초상화? 누가 새를 좋아하는 애가 있었나? 얘가 새를 좋아하나요? 뇌물? 말이 약간 말이 약간 될 만한 부분이 있어야 되는데 없네? 돈을 훔쳤다가 왜 이렇게 웃기냐? 증거를 훔쳤다. 그건 증거가 아니잖아. 그냥 꽃인데?
One of Penny's books. That's not right.
엿보는 게 아니고 그러면 뇌물로 사용하고 할머니의 초상화는 그건데? 고난을 당했다. 뇌물로 사용됐다고? 이게 말이 되게 어렵다. 선물 받은 건이 뒤로 가야 되는 건가요? 증거를 그런 식으로 해야 되는 건가? 이게 앞으로 오는 건가 보네? 근데 얘는 왜 살인이란 단어가 있냐? 그림 작당했니? 증거를 훔쳤다. 이거 안 줬잖아. 새 너한테 다 있잖아.
One of Penny. That's not right either.
새 너한테 다 있잖아. 도난을 당했다. 꽃을 도난 당했을까? 주위를 돌리는 게 맞을 것 같은데? 그러니까 뭔가 이상한데? 아니 뭔가 앞뒷말이 잘 안 붙어. 뭔가 입에 착 달라 붙어야 되는데 죽이는 데 사용됐다. 분명히 엿보는 데 사용이 됐을 거예요. 왜냐면 다른 누군가를 보내 옥생 정원에 둘을 엿보게 했다라는 거는 엿본 게 맞단 말이야. 근데 새랑은 대화가 안 될 거고. 아, 프레야다. 얘가 그려왔잖아요. 아닌데 그러면 프레야만 있어야지. 사용되다니. 사람이 사용돼 버렸다. 엿보는 건 이건데. 그들에게서 증거를 훔쳤다?
Pointers. That's not right either. Pointers. That's not
증거가
right.
이상한데 증거라는 단어가 새를 엿본다고 이 엿봐집니까? 엿보는데 사용했고 살인을 꾸미고 있었다. 그러니까 뭐 봤니? 가면 새가 찍찍찍찍찍찍. 똑같은 게 두 개 있어야 되는 거 아닌가? 이게 번역이 바로라는 단어가 나오면 아까는 하지만 성공하지 못했다. 못 알아들으니까. 여기 얘 둘을 엿보는데 새들이 사용된 거지. 근데 아까 이거 했던 거 같은데? 이게 앞에 와야 돼?
Poppy and that's not right either.
오늘 훔쳤니? 혹시? 바로라는 단어가 되게 거슬리네 생각보다. 뭔가 바로 뭐뭐다 이래야 될 것 같은데 뭐뭐다가 없어. 그들의 주의를 돌릴 만한 건 여기 보면 누군가를 보내 옥상 정원을 엿보게 했다. 누군가를 보내야 되는데 얘가 계속 있어. 근데 프레야가 그림을 그렸단 말이죠.
One of Penny's birds was used. That's not right either. One of Penny. That's not right either.
누가 꽃을 좋아했을까? 괴물.
One of Penny's birds. That's not right either.
솔직히 본인이 가서 보면 제일 편한 거 아닙니까? 왜 본인은 없어? 본인이 제일 가면 제일 빠르지. 해가 더 나갔네 당해. 페니가 보낼 수 있는 사람? 새밖에 없는데? 페니 친구 새밖에 없댔거든요. 죽이는데 사용됐다. 꽃을 죽이는데 사용되나? 근데 꽃은 안 죽었는데요. 살인을 꾸미고 있어. 누가 작당 모의했어. 엿보는데 사용되었다. 바로 살인을 꾸미고 있었다?
That's not. We still need to choose 2 straight
잘못
paths.
눌렀어. 원래 세로 주위를 돌리는 게 제일 마음이 편할 것 같은데. 하지만 성공하지 못해. 이렇게 해야 주위를 돌리는 게 제일 정확한데 이렇게인가? 만원경으로 엿보고 이거 했던 것 같은데? 했던 것 같은데? 이렇게?
Pointers? That's not right either.
하지만 성공하지 못했다. 오늘은 쳤다. 이 언니랑 대화를 많이 안 해봐갖고 보자. 말이 될 만한 거. 제가 봤을 때 앞뒤로 말이 돼야 연결이 되는 느낌이어갖고 이런 거 아니야? 만원경은 누구로부터 도난당했다. 뻥친 거 아니야? 뻥친 거지 얘들한테. 나 꽃 잊어버렸어. 안 잊어버리면 안 되는구나. 꽃 없어졌어. 근데 꽃에 눈 깜짝할까? 그게 문제 아닙니까? 눈을 깜짝할까? 전체창 꺼졌다. 깜짝이야. 뭔가 얘가 엿보는데 사용되었다가 아닌 것 같으니까 빼고 왜냐면 새 친구밖에 없단 말이야. 아 불쌍해. 새 친구밖에 없는 건 좀 불쌍해. 안타깝. 그리고 그들한테도 돈을 훔친 거지. 좋았어. 그림책 귀여워요. 만원경 아니면 분명히 새를 보내는 걸 거고.
That's not a complete set. We still
왜
need to
하나만
choose
하면 안
two.
되냐? 또 상한가 도난을 당했다고? 이건 근데 자기한테 있는데?
Penny's full. That's not right either.
둘 중에 한 명한테 뇌물을 줘야 되는 거 아닙니까? 뇌물을 줄 거면 근데 살인이 왜 있지 계속? 선물을 꽃을 받긴 했는데 꽃을 못 키웠죠? 선물 받은 건 본인이잖아. 장난쳐? 살인을 꾸미고 있었기 때문이다! 네가 죽였지?
One of Penny's almost. One of Penny's birds. That's not right either. One of Penny's
뭐야?
birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz.
아까 이거 안
and
했어요?
steal
했던 거
evidence
같은데?
from them. We know those two have
증거
been spending
훔치기를 안
time
했나?
together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what
증거
they were
훔치기를
up
안
to.
했다고?
I'm just not the jealous type.
음악은
I
좋은 거
would
같아요.
never suspect
이방
Fitz of anything like that.
질투했잖아.
Besides, Tabitha
처음부터
hardly
그거는
ever leaves her
생각하고는
cage.
있었는데
She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
옥상 정원에 있었다는 증명할 거. 그리고 여기 하나 비는 거 되게 거슬리는데? 이거.
Let's take a closer look at these.
너 요 녀석? 요 녀석?
This yellow feather was
당황하셨어요?
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little...
질투하는 거 보소? 둘이
I
표정 봐.
apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
여기 뭐지? 왠지 마무리 추리하는 데 같아서 나중에 가야 되려나? 여기는 이 장난감을 쓰는 거겠죠?
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
제 새로운 친구입니다. 여기 하나 빈 게 저기서 얻는 것 같거든요. 아니. 얘 일기장. 야. 어딨지? 아, 여기 있다. 중앙으로 가는 길을 찾았다. 하프랑 비교하면 굉장히 단순했다.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
나는 처음에 다른 악기를 들고 가야 되나 했는데
Looks like he's playing a semi-grand pedal harp.
You some kind of harp expert, Sally?
Did you not know? I had a harp when I was a kid. A little handheld one. Only 8
Liar.
It's the truth, I swear.
퇴근하셨어요?
Looks like he's playing a
You some kind of
Did you
harp
not know?
liar.
It's the truth, I swear.
정상적인 모양만 한번 해볼까? 정상적인 모양. 목적을 아직 모르네. 이게 퍼즐 푸는 게 아니네요. 그럼 나중에 하지?
Let's come back later.
아빠. 언니 너무 오랜만인데? 잠깐만요.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse.
27. 바로 27인데요.
Professor Pointer's a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself.
아니야, 곤충 좋아하더라, 야.
What?
We're just
나 이 사람이
surprised.
탐정인 거
That
몰랐어.
was the most polite you've been about
좀
it.
지나서 알았어요.
314 cases
잘났다.
solved.
300?
And 14. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition, no focus.
야망이
In her
없다.
defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely.
20대도 아닌 거 아니에요? 19살이라고
Did you get
하니까?
anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he
이
knows
언니
more than he
무서워.
lets
눈
on.
매봐.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no then.
비꼬는 건가?
Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps?
그쵸?
Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No.
No?
No. Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora
이게-
wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever
칼이
stabbed
아니라-
Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't
할머니가
believe in that
들고
kind of
있던
thing.
거는
A detective's job
그거였나?
is to examine every avenue of thinking. A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
팩트 때렸는데.
What a cop-out.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last.
어디서 하나를 놓쳤을까?
You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty. The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told?
이 언니랑은 말 많이 해도 괜찮을 것 같아요. 언니 탐정이라며.
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'd tell him not to quit his day job. But he hasn't got one, has he?
본업은 아니야.
These
걱정하지 마.
figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
그래, 재능이
Someone
넘쳤는데
even liked enough
죽어버렸어.
to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference.
When did
있다,
Freya
니.
draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
A photograph of Freya. Could be important.
중요할 수도.
A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that.
저 언니 되게
A diary.
잘할 것처럼 생겼어.
Have you read
둘이.
it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
아, 잘못 눌렀대.
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would. Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal. Although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
처음엔 저는 저 동상을 모아서 개구리 동상 퀘스트란다.
This is a
퍼즐 푸는 줄
potential
알았어요.
murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
이거 왜 들고
And-
있었어?
What
이
is
언니 거 맞아요.
It's my handheld
내가 옆에서
microscope
훔쳤거든.
for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only
온실?
2 days
저기
ago.
오른쪽에?
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client. The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the
최고긴
earth?
하겠다. 보석을 땅에서 캘 수 있다면.
These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? And you consider that important evidence, do
아니요.
you?
따진
Is
거야.
that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law
잠깐만.
degree. Doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
잠깐만요. 언니 잠깐만 있어봐. 근데 이게 의미가 있을까? 혹시 개구리가 연주하고 있는 모습 아니에요, 이게?
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
왜냐면 퍼즐을 넘기는 게 없거든요.
Let's come back.
근데 음이 다르지 않네. 음이 똑같네.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Let's
하나 샵이
come back.
있었나요?
I'm still not
Should we take another look?
응, 아니야.
Let's come
Oh.
back later.
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange. Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
말한 말넘심.
One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps
귀엽죠?
they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs for blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music.
귀마개가 왜 있을까?
Where
누구
did you find
걸까?
this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it.
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to
그-
share them.
피아노 치는 애 거
What is
아닙니까?
that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
말한
No
폰세 보소.
organization, no system.
That's my
역시
style.
300번이나
I like
해결한
seeing
사람인가?
everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint.
탱글
Tangle
타워
Tower.
어떻게 생각하십니까?
No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed too.
실망했대. 아둘러 봤나요? 그리고 어딨지? 아 여기다. 얘 진짜 안 보인다.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
말하는 뽐새 봐라.
That's
뭔데요?
me.
Yeah, that's... It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh,
그렇구나.
I see. Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know. Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional
할머니가
suffering
죽이진 않았을 것
for
같아요.
anyone.
비밀로
She
해주는 것 같아.
questioned me,
About what?
my work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me. I can tell.
알 수 있다고.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects.
그래, 곤충에
He's
대해서
pretty
관심이
clued up
있어.
on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
얘는 알고
Penelope is my
있었네, 그죠?
fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing
오해했는데.
recently?
Good. It's good.
굿이 아닌가 봐. 역시 커피를 좋아하니? 이거 네가 준 거라며.
Flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
오케이.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
안 가네?
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
그래, 너 있던 옥상에 있던 거
This
맞다.
is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gemstony.
잼스터니?
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
팩트 날리지 마.
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
네
What do
거라고?
you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No,
노래
I
들어?
wear them while I'm gardening and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
근데 왜?
That's genius.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
표정 봐. 뭐해?
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
아는 거 같은데.
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details.
내 기억은 안 난다.
It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it. But it was empty.
Fun story.
아, 눈에 약 좀 넣어야겠다. 아우.
What's with the broken glass?
나도 몰라. 또 얘한테
What
해줄
do you
만한
think that
거.
is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding
근데
anything at all when I
태주한테
saw
저거
her
보여주면
after
깃털이라고
the
할 것
murder.
같은데?
But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
그
When
깃털이랑
we went
똑같이
into Flora's
생겼거든.
room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
쓰러졌댔어. 그 아저씨도 그랬죠, 아까. 곤충 좋아하는 아저씨가. 이거 뭔거
I
같아?
don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me three.
자랑이다.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
인물은 다 물어봤고.
We found these up in the rooftop garden.
이런 거엔 관심이
Do you
없을 것
know how long
같은데.
they've
아,
been there?
여자친구가 저거
No,
좋아하니까.
could have been a long
좋아하니까 날
time.
수도 있어.
We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
근데 왜 악보에 장미가 그려져 있을까? 좀 물어볼 만한 게.
How odd. Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation.
아, 이것도
A little chart,
찍어놓을까요?
actually, I have no idea what it's about.
도표. 아니, 내가 찍어놨던 게 이건가? 뭐 하나 더 찍어놔야지 하는 게 있었는데. 이거잖아.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot. Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
안심된다고? 이건
The
어떻게
fruit here
생각해?
has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends.
On what?
On the structural integrity of your teeth.
이가 온전한지에 따라서 이건 뭔지 알아?
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it.
얘 것도 아니네요.
Besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
아닌데요.
Yes.
농담이라고?
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next!
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
화내는 거 좀 귀엽다.
The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
아니?
We're working on it.
We are.
뭐지? 피아노, 입 모양, 종이랑 마지막에 하나가 뭐였죠?
What is your
어서
opinion
오세요.
of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
그녀같이
Now,
말하는데.
this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact,
No?
you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would
모른대.
not say
내
that,
표정
however.
말고 모른다.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate. The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
뭘까? 여기 너도
There is a
있어.
drawing of
어.
me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
움찔하네. 얘한테 어디죠? 아 이미 물어봤네? 아 이거
I
물어보자.
doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling. Don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
유령 같은 사람이라고? 사람에 대해서만 한번 물어볼까?
Did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
태워버리세요.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
삐졌어.
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input. She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
그러네.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding unspoken things.
우울해졌어.
She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a
서로
scarecrow.
유령 같대.
I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that? She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same
그치,
intellectual
저쪽은 너무
level.
똑똑해.
Oh. You don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me?
알곡한 거잖아.
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just
손 너무
let
귀엽다 얘.
themselves be themselves. Between
질투쟁이.
you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable. A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it.
본심이 커흠. 할머니랑 대화 한번 해볼까? 할머니가 말이 없으셔가지고 아까 전에.
Were you close with Freya? How are you two related?
아무 말도 안 하실 거야?
Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
왜 말을 안 하실까?
Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimoire, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
한 명만 더 물어보자. 본인.
Anything we should know? Any hobbies? Besides staring out the window?
할매한테 인물을 물어보는 건
You know the guy in
무리가
the other
있을 것
tower?
같은데?
Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
안 알려줘. 할매가 보고 당황할 만한 거 없어? 할매는 이거에 대해서 안다.
Did you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have
깃털이라니까,
been saying
깃털?
it's a knife.
깃털인 것 같아요. 그 폐깃털.
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
할매 실어증 걸렸나 봐.
I really thought she was gonna say something there.
약간 말할 것 같긴 했어.
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
새를 좋아하시니까.
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies?
말할 리가 없잖아.
Is this your gramophone?
왜 금이
Do you
갔죠?
know why it's cracked?
할매요. 에?
We already solved it.
아니, 그림 한번 보게. 여전히 대답 없네요, 할머니는. 할아버지.
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too.
그래서
Tremendous
취미가
patience.
생기셨구나.
She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially after...
who?
especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
어떤 것도 법적
You're the
소유가
one
없다.
currently basking in his presence.
뭐가
You
궁금한가?
tell me.
안
Let's move
궁금하죠?
on.
안 궁금하죠?
Dearest
마누라.
Flora, a remarkable woman. Yes, been married over 20 years
아저씨 뭔가
now.
커였다.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know?
아,
Just the
그때부터
way she...
고독한
Lone
늑대였다고?
wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to
얘기를 안
talk to
하던데.
anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know. My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the
아저씨도 만만치 않아
strangest things when
괴짜스러운
she's
거.
under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her.
아, 친구들끼리 애칭 같은
Quite the
거.
character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine. Supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item. Something called the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it.
이러면 언니한테 혹시 그게 생기나 안 생기네요?
Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. and I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. Yes, she's a very vigilant young woman.
이 사람은?
Percival Pointer. Yes.
친구, 친구.
So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
아직
I don't
모르지.
know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
와.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
병일 씨.
Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was
사람들만
younger.
물어보고 물 좀
Always a
가져올게요.
little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile.
약도
Poppy's
놓고
a
와야겠다.
good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
그러고 보니까 사진을 이렇게 가문대로 이렇게 자르긴 했네. 물 좀 가져올게요. 따갑네. 여기다 한 번 더 넣어야겠다. 아우 그게 간지럽고 따갑고. 장막이 다치면 원래 간지럽나? 비비고 싶은데 참고 있네. 보자.
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel
할아버지 수다쟁이야.
unwelcome, yes, less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it? Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have
지금 있는 거
not
가지고
been
얘기하고
kind
있는
to
거예요,
it
그냥.
either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
그 시간에 뭐
It's
했죠?
connected
이런
to
게
the
아니라
Remington family history
물건에
in
대해서
some
얘기하고
way.
막 그래요.
But I can't recall. But that looks like it might belong to Poppy. I'm as confused as you are. It would have been a
자네
beautiful
마누라입니다.
painting. It's rather a shame
네,
Freya was
완성이 안 된 게 좀
unable to finish
아쉽지.
it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you
이
see?
아저씨는 나이프를 안
You don't.
보인다. 깃털로 보이죠.
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain
깃털이랑
shapes.
닮았다니까?
Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
아, 말하긴
Flora's
힘들대.
quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. But that looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Does Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
그러네, 눈치 많이 보네.
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
그래, 이거
I
씻어놔둬야
think we'll give her a
되는데.
pass,
붙는데.
given the circumstances.
Ah, yes, so we shall. Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
왜 한쪽만 금 같죠?
I've been carving for a couple of
처음부터 이상하게
years
느끼긴 했는데.
now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it,
마스터했다고요?
as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed, yes. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard
진실에 기반한
fact, huh?
자화상? 그래, 진실이란
You
말이죠.
own a sword, Felix?
Of course.
당연하지.
I own a great many.
아주 많이 있어.
But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle
뻥쟁이시고요.
Tower.
허풍쟁이,
Safety
허풍쟁이.
first and all
라떼는
that.
말이야.
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right,
가족
though.
동상에 닭이 하나 있어.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora,
그래.
of course.
마누라
Surrounded
있잖아,
by all
가운데.
her favorite people.
그리고 오른쪽엔 누구야?
That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes. Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way. My daughter Fiona and her best friend, they grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
그래.
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea. Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd.
왜? 책이 원래
Why
없었나?
would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are
라떼는
funny,
말이야.
aren't they?
딱 그 말 하면 되는데.
That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
남의 건 관심도 없어.
Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise.
아마 또 현미경은 딸내미 보여주면
I've
되긴
never seen
하겠다.
that before. Looks valuable. Now this is still in very good condition, apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside
이건
of the
뭐라
horn?
생각해?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning.
교활하군.
Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to. Goodness me! That looks like it might belong to Fitz. I've never been one for
그러신 것
music.
같았어.
Why not ask Poppy instead? Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
왜 아무도 몰라?
Is that a clue? Really?
It might be. The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
예? 부재 같아.
What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold. What is it?
We don't know.
그래.
We were really hoping you...
모르시네.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something.
Let's ask him about it.
미술용품에 대해서?
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it.
빨간 물감 대해서
I used
얘기하는
it
건가?
to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
그러게, 뭐가 의심스러워? 올바른 색이 아닙니다, 뭐야. 저기에 포함이 되지 않아서? 아니, 빨간색이 들어있을 수도 있지. 색깔 갖고 따지는 건 좀 아니지 않니?
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely
친구도
mine.
있대.
I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
보자. 밑에 적혀있는 거 안 귀여워요? 어떤 무기도 보이지 않는다.
Let's take a closer look at this.
아, 여기. 뚜껑만 바꿔놓으면 모를 줄 아니?
Freya's red paint pot was
뚜껑을
stolen
바꿨다.
and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me
그래,
about
물감이
paint
뭐라고?
anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
그 빨간 물감이 지금 중요하거든, 사실. 이 빨간 통에 있는 것은 피다. 아, 피다가 없네요. 근데 피다가 맞는데? 병에 피가 들어있어도 됐나? 이게 빨간색이 피었다는 걸 설명을 해야 될 것 같은데 가드까지는 아닌데 조금밖에 안 찼는데. 호수물이었다. 쓰기 전이다. 쓰기 전에 피 모아놓으면 미친놈 아니겠지. 왜 훔치려 했을까? 없었던 것은 없었던 것. 그때는 빨간 물감이었겠죠. 피로 그림을 그렸으니까. 근데 살인 사건이랑 관련된 거면 피를 얘기해야 되지 않을까?
Almost. Maybe just. This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know, perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care.
안 빌려줬네.
So,
바꿔치기 했어?
I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday.
아, 정말
I
사랑꾼.
needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
왜?
If you managed to finish it,
닭이었나?
why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
얘는 왜 근데 옷을 이렇게 꾸며서 입냐?
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No.
아니?
I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far away.
이러면
There's something
뜨겠죠?
about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something.
딴 사람들한테도 이것저것 다 물어봐야 되네.
Let's ask her about
귀찮아도.
it.
귀찮아도. 뻑뻑.
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease,
함정이에요, 이
Hawkshaw.
사람은.
Don't worry. We already worked out what you're searching for.
당신이 찾는 거는 딱정벌레입니다. 맞죠?
You're not as hopeless as you look.
아니야?
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the
아까
greenhouse?
전에 누가 딱정벌레
beetle?
얘기했어.
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
이걸 쓸 줄 몰라. 아니면 만원경 같은 건가?
Hawkshaw doesn't know how to use it.
You sure about that?
Not
그 아까
entirely.
천문관
I know
아저씨는
for a fact
망원경이라
she didn't use
했나?
the microscope in the greenhouse. It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
현미경 전문가래. 살인 무기가 된 것이다. 돋보기? 가짜 유리랜드라고? 근데 PP가 쓰려고 만들었다기에는 PP는 몰랐어. 지 거라고 안 했잖아.
The handheld mic? Nope.
Nope. 누구에 따르면이라는 표현이 맞나? PP가 쓰려고 만들었다. 살인 무기가 된 것이다. 훔친 거.
The handheld mic? That's not right.
훔친 것이다. 렌즈에 대해서 아까 뭐라고 해줬지, PP가? 현미경은 PP의 의견에 따르면 이렇게 해야 되나? 앞에 문제를 쓰려고 만들었던 아니고 만들어진 건 전적으로도 괜찮겠다. 전적이나 아니면 이거 말고 PP에 따르면 이 둘 중에 하나인 것 같아요. 휴대용 현미경을 사용하는 거. PP가 뭐라 했죠? 무슨 렌즈라 했는데 돋보기인가? 살인 무기는 아닐 거고 거짓말을 한 것이다가 맞겠죠? 얘 뭐 때문에 이걸 들고 왔다 했었지 얘는? 하나씩 넣어보면 되는 거 아닙니까? 그래 망원 렌즈인가 달렸댔나? 돋보기는 아니었던 것 같아. 무슨 렌즈가 달렸던 것 같은데 다자유리 렌즈? 아니야 망원.
The handheld
망원 맞네.
microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Aksha, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective, naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
워낙에
I wanted to
황제래.
be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little
못 알아들을
telescope?
줄 알았다.
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment.
아
I had
천문학을
hoped
좋아하니까
he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
용의자가 죽었네. 제 입장에서는. 다 안 물어봤는데 다
Nobody
물어봐야
could
되나
deny
봐요.
her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault
근데 누가
may well lie
고민일까?
with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did. What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived. Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously
조심하세요.
intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally.
표정 봐.
He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot
우리
in
친구랬죠?
life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
절친입니다. 근데
listless
절친으로 안
soul
보였죠?
drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure.
Not
She's
sure.
always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end. Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you. I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
I'm
방방마다
not sure
노래
if we have
다른
time.
것도
Aren't there
잘했다.
like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
시간 없어요.
Ah,
우리.
Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece,
그치,
is that right?
쪽하지?
At this moment in time, until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
불만이네?
My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh no, I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never...
아빠들은 다
The
이러겠지?
truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
아저씨한테 안 물어봤던 걸 물어봐야겠어. 약간 정원사에
What
관한
kind of
거나
flower is that?
We're
싫어하거든요,
not
지금
sure.
보면.
I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
흥미롭군요.
Oh,
관심이 하나도 없는데?
This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that
그래서
after everything,
결혼했구나.
Poppy still has it up on her wall.
아저씨는 알겠네,
What a
딸내미인 거?
precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either.
알잖아, 자기 딸이면서.
I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a
아저씨가
clue.
봐도 좀 그래?
I've seen
잘
those earmuffs
써먹었다고, 이미.
before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
그렇다고 하더라고.
Always wears?
그거라고
Whenever
하더라고.
I've seen him, yes.
저 얘기 했잖아요, 아까.
Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours
이
either.
딸한테 보낼 뻔한 걸 수도 있어.
That's rather a small cage for 3
나도 그
birds,
생각을
isn't it?
했는데.
But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage?
손 보면 거의 마술사예요.
Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. Oh, you found a murder
다리봉기
weapon?
Steady
찾으셨어요.
on.
그래.
It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me.
이거
Fitz
한 칸
seems
남은 게
rather keen
살인무기인가
to
봐.
grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all. A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary.
그래, 일기장처럼 보이긴 해.
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put. Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the
Nothing.
moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
그렇지, 굳어놓으면 되게
Is this
땅땅하긴 하거든.
important?
Possibly.
This is
충격.
supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license.
본인인데요.
This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know. Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big,
큰
red
산?
thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
언덕?
He's right, though.
산, 돌산.
It is a big red thing.
난 그렇게 보였는데.
These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather
네 딸이랑
recently.
같이
I
있잖아.
guess.
그건 관심이 없네.
Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there. I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends. Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows.
어머,
Typical.
저쪽을 별로 안 좋아하네.
I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar. Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar.
왜 태워버리려고 했는데
Isn't the
있어서?
process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same. A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is. Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
보여주지 말 걸 그랬나?
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are 2 towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She
말을 안
named the
해요.
house?
The whole thing is a
맞아.
result of
할머니가
her
이름이
squabbling
줬댔어.
with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade.
됐다. 아저씨 뭐 포인트가 없네요. 얘랑은 대화 다 하지 않았나?
You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you.
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off.
그건
If it wasn't
그래.
for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
주택 딱 지었는데 20년
You're
살면
the
이제
next
그냥 내
oldest
집일
pointer
뿐이잖아.
after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest. Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case
안 된다
notes.
할걸?
I'm guessing she said no.
응.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist. I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though.
뭐 아는 거 없어?
Goodness me, Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it. Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
숫자가 있다고?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue.
Hello.
Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone.
원래 퍼피
On
거구나.
account of it belonging to her
퍼피 거.
mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable.
근데 아저씨 말로는 도난당했다 그랬잖아.
Terrible.
가져갔다고.
You recognize it?
Color scheme. 3 different pinks.
어때서?
Obscene.
불쾌하대.
Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
할머니 얘기 안 하던데 다 물어볼까?
Oh, that's rather sad.
얘는
Flora
감정적이네
doesn't take very
그래도.
good care of her pains, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian. Had her own priorities. A
어때?
bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it?
얘 은근
If I'm not
날리네?
mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of
그래, 그거까지
years at
어떻게 기억해?
least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style.
귀여워 근데.
Diary.
That's all this
연기자인데 왜
too.
이렇게 귀여워?
Excellent. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing
하려고 하는
them
줄
to
알았다고?
sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. I don't know what that is. Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her. I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
가족들은 다 아니까. 어우,
Absolutely no idea.
목수건 너무한 거 아니냐?
Lovely.
이건 뭔지 알아?
Not a fan of insects myself.
왜 새들
Whose
먹여야 되는
research
거
is
아니야?
this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I. Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Is that
바느질용?
or so?
아니 근데 누가 봐도 그냥
Maybe?
We have no idea.
얘기 안 한 애들 누구 있냐? 할머니밖에 없나? 많이들 안 했을 거예요. 얘 노래 너무 무섭잖아. 꼼꼼히
So
물어봐야
there
되나
are
봐.
2 families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
하나가 죽었으니까.
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the fellows and the pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you
할머니
ask,
소유야.
that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea.
No idea.
There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right
수직으로
angle,
들어갔다.
perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too
이상했어?
peaceful.
응.
Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone, or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
깃털을.
No, it was a
난
stupid thing to
깃털로밖에 안 보여
say.
이제 큰일
The
났어.
room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything. It was my mother's originally.
So why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes. What was inside?
몰라.
Nothing.
없었어.
Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle,
그렇지.
that was for
할머니가
painting
까만
Flora?
옷을 입고 계시니까.
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do. Why is the glass cracked down
우리도
one
몰라
side?
아직.
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly?
Oh,
Oh.
how nice. I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
수직으로
That
꽂혔다
belongs to Flora,
그러면
I think.
제가 이미 의식이
Oh,
없는
you've been to
상태지
the
않았을까요?
greenhouse? What did you think?
피도 안 튀었고.
Impressive, I guess. but kind of unsettling with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time?
Yeah, he does that.
아니면 죽인 다음에
Did you find
옮겼나?
that in Fifi's room?
No. Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think? I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one
얘도
cage like
얘기하네.
that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective.
바보한다.
Never seen
정원
that
같은
one
데를 한번 더
before.
둘러봐야겠다.
Was it in the greenhouse?
No. We found it in Penny's room.
Right. Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized. Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me if she'd stuck with it.
재능이 있었다.
But one day, she just
예체능이 아예 재능이
stopped coming to
있었네.
lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
반응했다, 피아노에. 그럼 입 모양이랑 벨 모양이랑 찾아와야 되나봐요. 벨 같은 게 어느 방에 있었나? 얘랑은 대화 다 했고 아저씨랑도 다 했나? 쟤는 아직 혐의가 없네, 그러고 보니까.
This one's in a little...
Okay, that is
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
그죠? 혐의가 없어, 아직.
Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
반전처럼?
Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
우리는 기억
I do
못해.
not.
얘도 모르네. 혹시 아나
You ever
했지?
seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
당연히 피피 건 줄
That's
아네.
not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her. Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any?
아 맞다.
In the
저거
greenhouse?
새가 먹는
No,
음식, 아니,
I don't grow
음식이래.
that anymore.
열매 있어.
I've tried in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks. It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter?
이빨 뭐?
What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
빨간색 뭐야? 누가 봐도 산 아닐까요? 산?
That's quite sweet,
저건
really.
아무도 왜 모르냐?
Felix made that? Huh. Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form.
맞아.
There's
섞이면 원래
something
색으로
off about
돌리기가
this.
어렵지.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly.
한 번 더 보래.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. That belongs to Poppy.
So, why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure.
우린 다 듣고 왔죠.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
카피 거 맞네. 그럼 할머니랑 얘기를 한번 해봐야 되나? 얘랑도 얘기 다 했죠. 안 했네?
Name, Penelope
한 줄
Poulter.
알았는데.
Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds.
아시라는 거에
Dislikes,
곤충이 있었네.
insects. Notes. Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her.
너 그 안경 벗으면
Name,
너도 귀엽던데?
Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful
까먹었지.
of me. Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
You
비밀
and Fitz not see eye
식물학자?
to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So, what's your problem
그래,
with
키가
him?
무슨 문제야?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
칼을 들고 있었다고?
Hotshot. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
예?
Name, Fiona Fellow. Age,
자기 말할 때만
19.
좋아해. 이 꼴 올라갔잖아.
Amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly 1 grandparent. Name, Felix Fellow.
너희 아버지.
Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
왜 좋은
No.
아버지가 아니야, 왜?
Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the 2 possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct. Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44,
나이 차이 많이 난다. 10살
Profession.
차이 나네?
unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
엄마에 대해서 왜 이렇게 몰라?
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
네가 언어가
And
어려운 거 아닐까?
how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but
그래도
not
자기
more.
엄마가
So
좋아하는 걸
what
아무것도
happened to make her stop
모른다고.
talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond. What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands. An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere. It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what. I am scared of birds.
새 싫어하는구나.
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable
근데 여기 새
explanation.
펴놨길래.
Oh,
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be? That blade.
it's a troll for gardening.
It is.
얘 뭔가 아나 본데 그날에
Do you
가는
know
거
who
보니까
was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time. I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever. It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya?
왜 프레야를
A wooden
만들었을까?
carving of my
알려줬기
father,
때문에 그런 거 아닐까?
made by
고마움에?
my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
다른 통에 있더라. 나도 그 생각했는데
That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs.
새도
There are a
좋아하셔.
number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the grand hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
그래, 그냥
The
좋아할 수
gramophone
있지.
belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother,
줬다고?
and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
얼마 전에 낳는
Freya
거네요,
is
그러면?
normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
어리게 그렸다고?
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in
귀엽지.
fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was
우리가
slightly
그걸
too dark,
눈치를 챘단
and
말이야.
the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course. Curious. I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene,
Apart from the one in the painting.
which as a mere abstract representation does not count. Nobody has ever been
아까
stabbed by
칼
the
얘기
concept of a
했었는데.
knife.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower.
맞아, 올라갔다 했었죠, 아까.
Something.
Let's ask him about it.
There's something about the image of Flora in the something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
너무 젊게 해서 수상한 겁니까 혹시? 너무하네. 아까 그림이 뭐였지? 잠깐만요. 입 모양이랑 새?
They're bird cages. But the birds are coming and going.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
Bird diagrams.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows it.
And
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
새 소리가 많이 나는 데를 찾으면
They're bird
좋겠는데.
cages. But the birds are
Is that a
coming.
metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
똑똑.
So,
드디어 협의를 찾았다.
Fitz, I have a
협의는 뭐야?
report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding
그래, 칼
a
어쨌냐?
knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
칼이 아니라면 오종삽이지 않을까요?
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
두 명의 방, 3명의 방이랑 온실, 정원이 있고요. 사람을 묶는 건 아닐 거니까. 왜 이쪽 타워로 올라갔을까?
An ornate
여자친구
trough
방에 가지
is used
않았을까?
by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That
맞지?
flower.
Yes.
그쪽으로 갈 이유는
I've
그거밖에
never seen
없잖아.
it before.
We need a
약혼자지,
clue to
약혼.
compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
단서가 필요하다.
Let's take a closer look at these.
솔직히 흙이 너무 똑같잖아. 이건 인정하자.
The pot and soil, and Penny's
너무
room
똑같아요.
matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me
인정하자.
guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz.
선물이라
There's
했어.
no
내가
way it's a
들었어.
coincidence.
No way, what's a coincidence?
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be
그런데 좀 잘
exactly right.
맞다.
That's some gift.
Turns out
사람같이
Penny
생겼다.
isn't particularly interested in looking after plants.
응.
So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil,
얘도 로맨틱한 거
Just-
보소.
trying to keep it alive.
아저씨랑은 수다 다 떨었고. 알지는 혐의도 됐죠.
What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I find it comforting.
할머니랑 대화를 좀 해봐야 되는데. 할머니 말 좀 해보세요. 일단 대화를
We
시도는
met
해보겠어.
Felix, your husband.
혐의를 한 다음에
He's
대화
one of our
시도를 해볼까요?
suspects, and he seems pretty
그 전까지 말을
suspicious
안
if you
할 것
ask
같긴
me.
해.
So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
그걸 협박이라고 하는 표정인데.
Nice try.
그래, 시도는 좋았어.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
The knife is still in this room.
Wait, I'm confused.
Me too.
So what's going on?
이 방에 있는 거 아니야? 할머니가 숨겼지? 아니야,
It's
내
not
생각은
enough.
칼이 아니었어요. 깃털이었어, 난 처음부터.
We need a clue to compare with the painting.
처음부터
Something to
깃털이었어.
explain what that knife shape actually is.
저 선택지를 못 봤네. 여기 있어.
Let's take a closer look
여기.
at this.
똑같이 생겼죠? 네, 실제로는 얼룩새일 것이다.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
맞죠?
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
어? 아! 여기 있다. 맞죠?
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix
저게
would make
닭이
a
아니라
model of this
얼룩새였던
bird as
거야.
part of a gift for Flora. And come to
아,
think of
닭일
it,
줄 알았네.
why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
저게 닭이 아니었던 거야. 얼룩새였던 거야. 애완동물인 거야. 얼룩새가. 그래서 여기 보관하지 않았을까요?
The ink dip.
아니고요.
Nope.
나 기억하기 위해서.
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it
죽었나
died?
봐요.
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right.
멸종이라고
So she was
했으니까.
holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally, this is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
평소에는 여기다 넣어놨겠지. 여기.
But we opened it. It's empty.
응.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora?
말해도 되지 않았어요?
She's pointing at something in the corner.
It's just a pile of books.
구석을
No,
가리키고
wait.
있다고?
There's something tucked inside this one.
뭐야? 새끼 때부터 키웠다. 그죠?
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
여기 사건 현장인데? 근데 정리를 하면 게임이 끝날까봐 나는.
Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
심으로. 만약에 범인을 지목하는 게 나오면 기회를 주지 않을까? 정리를 일단 하는 것 같은데.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. It lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
뭔가
Back in
이상하네.
the hallway, I
분명히
bumped
내려가는
into
발자국이 두 개가 들렸다 그랬는데?
Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower
앞에 먼저
to find
내려간 게
Professor
누구지?
Pointer. So I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also.
저
I took
할아버지가
Penelope with me, and we
처음에
both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told
분명히
Detective
내려가는 소리를
Hawkshaw anything.
들었댔는데?
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
모두가 범인이지.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
진짜 칼이 없는데?
The painted. Nope.
너 물감 때문인가? 덧칠을 한 건가?
A real knife. That's not right.
뭘까요? 이게 피 묻은 칼을 연상시킨다면 이거를 말하는 게 맞을 거고. 바뀐 거는 물감일 거고. 끝이 빨간.
Blood from the paint pot. Almost. Maybe just change.
무언가를 덧칠하는 데 사용됐다.
Paint from the paint. That's not right either.
아니면 이건가?
Blood from the paint. That's not right either.
증거를 숨기기 위해서.
Blood from the paint. Almost. Maybe just. The paint. That's not right either.
뭘까요? 무언가를 일치하도록 만들었다.
Blood from the
아,
paint
이것도
pot
있었구나.
was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
선택지를 하나 못 봤네.
I think you're right.
근데 이건 아까부터
Can't
얘기하고
decide
있던
if
거
I'm
아니지?
disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
근데
Well, it worked.
뭐야 저 병에다가 물감을 넣을
Flora's the
정도인데
only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know.
현장엔
The
피가
door was
없었단
locked the
말이죠?
whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down.
그렇지?
Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
누워있다
So
했었어.
whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
그러니까 얘가 이미 누운
Somehow,
후지.
Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with the painting.
위에서 아래로.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being
그래.
stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
쓰러져 있었을 수도 있어.
These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it?
새가 어디로 갔는지 아무도 모르네.
Where's that light coming from?
Well, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
밑에쯤 보이는 거 아니야? 여기서 떨어뜨렸네. 그럼 뭔가를.
Is that what I think it is?
딱 누워있고 딱 그 자리인데? 난 여기 내려가는 길인 줄 알았네. 세상에! 여기 틈이라는 거잖아.
The
어딘가에.
attic's directly above us, right?
Yeah. The outline of Freya Fellow. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
그렇지, 저항하는 흔적이 없잖아.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing
Let's
really...
check the case file again.
이제 말할 생각이 좀 생기셨어?
You know the guy in the other tower?
Can you
어림도
see him from
없지.
your window? Can he see you?
어림도 없지. 대화할 생각 없죠?
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
나한테 왜 그래? 하면 모른 척 봐. 일단 다 물어봐. 대화
This
없어서.
is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter?
당신 딸 당신 참 모르더라. 그리고 딴 애들 방 한 번씩 들어가 봐야 될 것 같아요. 빈 방이랑.
It's a little model of you. Who were the other people next to you?
랜드라나 하는.
Flora, this is your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
내 마음이야.
Is there supposed to be something in there? Or is it always empty?
그냥 못 찾은 게 있을 수도 있어요. 아니 뭔가 아시면 묵비건 개전에.
Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general?
Do you know what this is?
Guess not. Do you know anything about this beetle?
Do you recognize any of these?
봤던 내용이고. 세상에!
Freya's painting supplies.
내가 못 봤을 만한 거. 아이고.
That's the only
It's
door.
also...
Sure is. Guess.
아, 이 방 들어올 때마다 약간 우울해.
Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues.
그만 투덜대래.
The door's unlocked. Finally. More egg statues.
아, 조각상이었어?
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be
아까
the
봤던
easy.
내용이야. 이거 그럼 이거랑 똑같은
More eggs.
내용이겠네.
don't
Well,
get
or the
it.
sculptor. An egg has got to be the easy.
안 봤던 게 있나?
A single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird.
엉덩이 커였고.
Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
안 알려줄 건데요.
The bell jar.
What do people normally keep in bell jars?
Other than bells, you mean?
중독계라고?
Every astronomy tower needs
I
a...
want to try.
Isn't this supposed to be...
I'm
pretty
I
sure...
can't move. I think this is just how it's set up.
엉덩이 봐. 커였다고. 아, 잘못 왔어. 그러고 보면 닮았긴 하다. 이제 보인다. 처음엔 저게 안 보였는데. 로맨틱한 자식. 요 녀석. 노래 봐.
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad. Yes, it's my my flower.
You don't like it?
다른 내용이 나오진 않네요.
My little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book. Although I don't like. I do by weight. I can feel it.
물 빠지는 얘기하겠다.
I think they're there
Oh.
근데 저렇게 계속 해보고 있으면 안 질리나? 얘랑은 그 피아노를 했기 때문에 깨져 있던 게 뭘까? 정리만 하면 되나? 와, 근데 진짜 많긴 하다.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
알 조각상이
Finally,
많아요.
It's not
don't
that.
ruin this.
여기도 있어. 여기도 있고.
What
I
is...
think it's a family tree.
랜드홀. 아, 여기 종 있다. 띵동. 그리고 또 뭐 있었죠? 입 모양이 뭘까? 그리고 어디서 새 소리가 난다 하는 게 내가
Little bird
있었는데.
feeder.
How do you know they're for birds?
됐다. 하나가 어디 있지? 입 모양이 뭘까?
It's a garden, I think.
We...
Ready when you are.
할머니가 입을 열어야 되는 거 아닙니까? 한마디만 해주세요. 한마디만.
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two.
You never know. Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than
Ah.
your initials?
그건가?
We spoke to your daughter Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist.
내가
You must be
용도를
proud of
모르는
her.
게 하나 있어. 사람 목소리를
We
들을
spoke
수
to
있는 거.
Hawkshaw.
그냥
I
소리 한번
assume she
질러봐.
didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
그냥 소리 빽 하면 한번 질러봐. 여기서 가운데쯤에서
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
됐다. 하나 생겼다.
That's all formalities.
So, what?
Should we go back to the garden?
가야지. 공원 가야지. 호다다다다닥.
Let's try this again.
아, 나 모양. 아,
You
우와.
know, I think we
아,
might
뭐라카지 못 봤다. 모양을 보여주네? 난 외우고 와야 되는 줄 알았더니 게임 친절한 거 보소.
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait. Do you hear that?
어? 아니,
Where do you think it goes?
비밀방.
Down.
가야지. 지하가 있었어. 뭐야? 지하. 아, 예. 뭐야?
Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal.
금속으로 만들어진 것처럼 생겼다.
It's a hatch.
But we're already in the basement.
지하보다 더 지하가 있다고?
Depends on your perspective.
저기 열쇠 구멍
Let's
있어.
not go down just yet. We still haven't explored this room properly.
알았어. 쫄보.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
뭐야?
Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
아, 맞추는 건가 보네? 이렇게 당기고 겹칠 수 있나요? 아, 겹칠 수 있네. 난 못 겹치는 줄 알았지. 그럼 이거는 어느 곳도 될 수가 있겠네. 좀 기다려봐. 이런 모양일 수도 있어, 차라리. 아, 이게 밑에 줄이네, 이쪽이. 이건 더 밑에 줄이네요. 알고 보면 쉬울 수도 있어. 근데 이게 위에라서 좀 그러네. 겹치기가 그러네요. 여기서 그러면 꺾어 내려가는 거지. 근데 여기 게 없네요. 요 라인 게. 아쉽구만. 한 다음에 이렇게? 네? 조금 더 올라갑니다. 조금 더 됐다.
I got it.
I'm impressed. Anything
뭐
inside?
있어?
Yeah, more research.
와 이건 뭐야? 여기 딱정벌레 표본이구나. 우리의 고유의 동식물은 아직 알려지지 않은 수많은 화학물질의 부산물이다. 이 화학물질은 물속에 끊임없이 존재하며 구름을 형성하고 호수를 채운다. 이것은 식물과 동물에 대해 다양한 돌연변이를 일으킨다. 거미류, 곤충류, 연체동물, 양서류 및 갑각류와 같은 작은 생물이 가장 큰 영향을 받는다. 그러나 화학물질은 먹이사슬에 따라 올라가서 새와 파충류에게 돌연변이를 일으킬 수도 있다. 우리가 아는 한 포유류는 완전히 영향권 외다. 웬 배 같은 것도 있고요. 이거 ABC 여기 있다. 이런 동물이 보이는 이유였어. 누구
Is that a
가운이냐?
lab coat?
Warning, hand wash only. Size, small.
스몰?
What's in there?
황금 딱정벌레만 없는 거 아닙니까? 이거 그림으로 대체해놨는데?
9 beetles. All different,
당연히 다
all dead.
죽었지.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean.
얘는 빛난다. 영롱한 거 봐라.
It's a little diagram of a beetle with some incomprehensible notes.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
그러네 얘들 되게 특이하게 생겼네 다들. 근데 얘는 되게 평범한 딱정벌레다. 이게 황금 딱정벌레인 거 아니야?
Whose research is
그러니까
this?
누구의 연구물이지?
It looks like they're being boiled,
여기도 다 깨졌냐?
but the liquid is ice cold.
차갑다고.
It looks like
똑같은
liquid
내용.
is ice.
여기는
A cracked glass tank with 9. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms.
Hand-drawn entomology charts.
이 사람은 곤충을 되게 좋아했나봐.
Hand-drawn entomology charts. It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at. It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at.
Forensic entomology.
That's an incredibly specific area of study.
Forensic entomology.
That's an
똑같은 내용.
What a mess.
Any idea what this is all about?
보자. 어?
Is that a periodic table?
No. But it does kind of look like one.
What are those symbols?
They're alchemic symbols. Mostly based on the planets, the sun, the moon, stuff like that.
Huh. This looks like it was drawn in a hurry.
보고 뺏겼네. 급하게 그렸다잖아.
Didn't we see those same symbols in the greenhouse?
이거 온실에 있는 거랑 똑같이 생긴 것 같아요. 이거를 보고 뺏겼나봐. 이거는 이제 걔 누구야? 갑자기 이름 기억이 안 나. 피피 방에 있던 거.
Reminds me of the chart from the library.
아 서재. 피피가
The
맨날
one
거기
from the
있으니까
chalkboard.
피피 방 같네.
Yeah.
이러면 저장 되나? 안 되네? 야 이거 전체를 찍자. 아 이거
What's in
아니야.
there?
어디 갔죠? 아 이거 어디 갔지? 이건가?
What a mess.
Any idea what this is all?
저 끝에 잘 안 보이긴 한다. C가 무슨 93인지가 보이진 않네.
Is that a period?
No, but it does
What are
come.
those-
They're all chemically
이것도
based on the
찍어둘까요?
planet.
Huh.
연금술도 찍어놔. 나중에 저거 서재 것도 제가 찍어 놓으려고 했었거든요. 그래서 까먹어서 그렇지. 이랬는데 쓸 일이 없다던가. 다시 보여줄 수도 있어요. 맞아.
Rows of plants, growing in wide wooden boxes.
What color is the soil?
It looks black, but it's too dark to tell.
게임이 약간 친절해요. 틀려도
This is
괜찮으니까.
some seriously in-depth research.
It's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
그거 하나 있잖아 너한테. 황금 딱정벌레. 딱 맞네? 심지어 4번이죠?
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
이루려고 하는 거? 장소네요, 이거는. 모두를 죽이기 위한 계획? 장소는? 딱정벌레를 하려고 했을지 얼룩? 아닌데 아저씨는 이거밖에 안 좋아하는데?
Pointer has been trying to
저거밖에 안
breed
좋아했어.
the golden beetle
해라고
in the underground
하기에는
laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle.
자기가
Maybe
숨겨놓은 거
somebody
아니었어?
did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down?
Okay.
Again?
내려봐. 가장 아래층.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks, and a green hat draped on top for good measure. We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
어? 이거다. 이게 흉기다.
So what's the photo?
이게 그 할머니고 할머니의 할아버지였나봐. 그리고 여기 할머니 할아버지 뭐야? 할머니 아버지였나봐. 여기 그 이게 조각상에 있던 사람 아닙니까? 그러니까 장인어른을 만든 거지. 그리고 여기 이 새들 얼룩새들.
Do you know who it is
응.
in the photo?
누군지 알았어.
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
예?
That's not right.
이거야 이거. 여기 있어.
Felix made a little model of him
남자가
for
누군지.
Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is.
할아버지.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
할머니.
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
아직 하나가 비었어.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
어린이용 책 같다고? 하늘과 바다의 미스티드. 어린이용 그림책. 매우 오래된 것 같다. 얼룩새. 빨갛고 하얀 깃털, 우아한 새. 은뱀. 이거 딴 데도 있지 않았어요? 이게 그 아까 탐정님 있는데 있고 얘는 못 봤다? 얘도 이렇게 연주하는 거에 있잖아요. 아, 얘가 영혼 전달자야. 아? 그 일기에 나오는 영혼 전달자가 저 걔였어.
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
뭘 그냥도 그죠? 설계도다. 횡단면이네. 이때는 요 위에가 없을 때네요. 위에가. 근데 처음부터 지하실은 있었네.
That's the room we're in now. It must be. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this was made.
근데 왜 아무도 몰랐냐?
The rooftop garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context.
확장공사 있네요. 확장공사. 응? 가운데가 있다. 연구실이 있다.
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it?
없었어. 서재.
Storage.
It's Freya's room.
A bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it? A bedroom.
Penny's room, I think. It's the aviary. Music room.
This seems pretty
연구실에
significant.
있는 거 알았네요.
Agreed.
갑자기 영어로 나와서 깜짝 놀랐네. 원래는 창고였던 거야. 그래서 창문이 없는 거네요.
It's an empty bookcase.
Something tells me it's been empty for a long time.
Old cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
Oh, but there's more. They're also damp. And empty.
물에 젖은 상자야.
Old cards. They're also empty. Basements don't
뭐
normally
있어?
have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
나 좀 보여주면 안 돼? 자기들끼리 보고 있어.
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
되게 밝아요.
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late. Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room.
그 선을 묶어놨다가 끊었나봐. 밤이네?
Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
수영해.
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
오, 사다리. 숨겨진 심장부. 겨진심인 줄? 뭐야? 여기 다 있다.
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
어? 이거 그거네요. 어딨지? 이거다.
It's a wooden pin hung up on.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
뭐야? 그러고 보니까 그렇게 보이기도 한다. 그 탐정님 같이 생기기도 했네요.
Nice chair.
It's still warm.
Maybe it's just heat from the incinerator.
Maybe. A wooden stool.
여기 금 같다.
Do those look like scratch marks to you? On the glass?
Yeah. They're on the inside.
안에서 난자국이면 안에 뭔가가 있었다는 거네. 쿵쿵 부딪힐 정도로.
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle mounted on the wall.
늘 대비가 돼
Honestly,
있었고
doesn't look
하나가
like they've
없는데
been
여기
moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
콩 같은 거 있었던 거 안 같아요? 낫이나? 아 낫이래 닷.
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
보자. 여러 페이지가 찢겨졌지만 몇 페이지는 남아있다. 5번째 대표자를 찾았다. 드디어. 그다지 기대는 하지 않지만 역시 실망하고 말았다. 나머지와 다를 바 없다. 내 미스티드 친구를 실험하기 위해 음악실로 데려왔다. 성공적이었다. 어쩌면 너무도 실험실조차 실망을 안겨줬다. 이 아이가 전망이 좋다. 대부분 사라진 상태이지만 내고 보는 곳으로 없다. 그녀가 들어왔다. 난 알지 때가 왔다래.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. But yeah, there's something.
깃털. 뭐야? 옷 같은 거랑 깃털이 있는데?
Someone's been using this room. I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table
누굴까?
makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
자. 여기에 프레야의 사진을 넣고 여기에 어디서죠? 여기 닮았다는 건가? 근데 그렇게 보이기도 해요. 빨간 망토를 두르고 있잖아.
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does
옷을
that make?
디자인한 애라고.
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may
난
have been why
산인 줄 알아.
somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else, someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
아니?
I'm not sure.
Nope.
I still don't know what's really going on.
용의자일 뿐이야. Nope.
Centipede? Millipede? How many legs has it
아,
got?
세지 마.
Too many.
머리.
Dragon?
Snake?
뱀.
Worm?
That's the one.
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3. Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
아, 이거 그 내용에 있었다. 눈 모두 구웠다라는 내용이 있었어요. 난 누군지 알 것 같은데. 이 아저씨 누군지 알 것 같은데. 모든 사람의 눈을 그었다라는 게 여기 있었어. 그들을 모두 봤다. 5 모두. 눈을 모두 까맣게 그었다. 아, 중앙으로 가는 길이 하프랑 비교하면 굉장히 단순했다. 여기 오는 거 얘기하는 거였어. 영혼 전달자는 아까 꽃게네. 이거네. 장난감. 그죠? 이거를 전달한 거야, 나한테. 둘이 더 필요해. 그녀에게는 동반자가 있어도 좋을 것 같아.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
방금 내가 본 거 다시
Another
누를 것 같다.
photograph.
기분 탓이냐?
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little
이
like
사람이
Poppy,
누구지? 머리가?
but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix.
아저씨고.
But now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
근데 분홍머리인 거 보면 얘가 맞는 거 같기도 해. 피피. 그리고 아까 단발머리가 아까 얜거 본인인가? 본인인가? 그리고 아저씨는 있었어요. 그 아저씨는 모르겠네. 수염난 아저씨가 이 아저씨인가? 사진을 보면 코스염이신데. 그리고 얼굴에 상처 있는 사람은 누구야? 누구세요? 누구야?
Those aren't bird cages.
Some of them are disconcertingly large.
At least they're all empty.
You sure that's a good thing? Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually...
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws.
영혼
right?
전달자라니까?
Not 3. Good. You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
우리 그거 게임기랑 똑같이 생겼어.
This
보고
crab
올까요?
really...
That little wooden toy.
Yeah, but
Oh.
I don't think that's... I think I've seen it more recently.
나무 장난감이랑 똑같이 생겼어요. 여기 보면 이거 아닌가? 못 눌렀네. 이거잖아. 시계가 열려 있고. 근데 너무 귀엽게 생겼다.
Is that a crab?
It's got a trans...
Also, crab. I guess that's...
I don't think we need to
What
guess.
do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
다른데
This
그림이
crab really
있나?
reminds me of something.
That little wooden toy we found?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us. I think I've seen it more recently.
잠깐만요. 어디서 나도 본 거 같은데? 아, 여기 있다. 나도 어디서 본 거 같은데.
It's got a trans-
Also, crap.
쟤처럼. 나도 어디서 본 거 같은데. 이렇게랑.
Perfect.
오, 뒤에 뭐 있어? 석궁이다.
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
여기 달려있던 거를 탁 눌러서 쏘면서 깨졌나 보다. 타이머 작동 마냥. 이게 살인 무기네. 칼이 아니었어요. 석궁이었네.
What is it?
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
나 뭔지 다 알아. 이미 찾았잖아.
We found them already.
석궁 위에 그 이거 안개를.
I think that might, but
아,
not
밑에
this
부분인가?
part of the cross.
그러면 위에는 이건가 봐요?
I think that might, not this.
아니라고? 맞을걸? 제가 어느 부분을 클릭했어요? 나 어디를 클릭했는지 모르겠네. 제일 끝에 했나? 이게 밑에 건가 봐요. 렌즈에 잠깐만, 저 렌즈를 꽂았다는 거는 범인이 딱 있는 거 아닙니까?
What do you make of it?
Not sure.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
살인.
Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
위에서 쐈어.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
그치?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was.
어떻게
found lying on her
엎어졌냐에
back.
대해서 얘기를 해야지.
Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
혼자 한 게 아닌가 보다, 그럼.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
나는 이미 살해를 당했거나 의식이 없는 상태라고 생각을 했거든요. 쉬고 있다고 생각은 안 했어. 왜냐면 피를 적게 흘렸댔거든. 딴 데서 살해당했나?
She'd already been killed.
You think so?
Maybe not.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
아닌가 봐요? 그럼 의식이 없는
Fallen
상태였나 봐 그냥.
unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall
그러면 저걸로
unconscious.
내려쳐서 의식 불명이 됐나 봐. 이것 때문에.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
독가스를 내뿜었다. 안에 뭔가 있어. 금이 갔다는 게 약간 노래 때문은 아니고 안에 뭔가가 튀어나왔나? 노래 나온다고 뭐가 튀어나오나?
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
작은 무언가가 튀어나올 거?
That's not it.
아니야? 튀어나올 만한 거. 아, 물감이다.
That's not
아니야?
it.
난 물감인 줄. 금이 같길래. 잠깐만요. 그러면 기절을 시킬 만큼 단단한 거. 이거 맞고 기절해?
That's not it.
내 말이. 설마 단단하댔잖아.
That's not
아니야?
it.
대체 뭐가 튀어나왔을까? 작은 거랬는데? 다시 다 눌러보면 되긴 하는데 또 금이 간 게 있었나? 진짠가?
That's not it.
작은 거 조각상?
That's not it.
안에 뭔가가 들어있었다. 기절할 정도면 퍽 하고 튀어나와서 펑 맞아야 되는데? 솔직히 이런 거 튀어나오면 죽는 거 아닙니까?
That's not it.
맞잖아. 혹시
That's not it.
얘 이러다 다 누르겠다 야. 제가 된 거지.
That's not
아니야?
it.
곤충한테 짐. 석궁이 튀어나왔어. 어때?
That's not it.
아니야? 세 장이 튀어나왔나? 손상된 테이프 어때?
That's not it.
야, 다 누르겠다, 야. 렌즈? 아니야, 렌즈는 써야 되는데.
That's not it.
혹시 여기 돌이 짱돌이 들어있던 거지?
That's not
아니.
it.
아니었고요. 개웃기네. 휴. 어서오세요. 단단해 보이는 것도 뭐가 있나요? 다 눌러봐 그냥? 동상이 있는 귀마개.
That's not it.
세 장.
That's not it.
특모검이 없어요 아쉽게도. 두꺼 팔레트.
That's not it.
야이. 너의 일기장.
That's not it.
다 눌렀는데. 하프 동상.
That's not it.
추궁기가 튀어나왔지.
That's not it.
아니 추궁기에서 뭐 튀어나왔는데 대체. 뭘 맞고 기절했네? 아 이건가? 종이 맞고 기절합니까?
That's not it.
야, 화분에 꽃이 튀어나온 거야.
That's not it.
기절할 만큼이어야 되는데. 솔직히 이거 날라오면 죽는 거 아닙니까?
That's not it.
어림도 없지. 아! 설계도?
That's not it.
아니네. 단체 사진?
That's not it.
노트?
That's not it.
저런 걸 저기다 나눴을 리는 없을 거고. 아니 이건 진짜 모르겠다. 타월에 넣었니? 타월에 넣었니? 다 눌러본 것 같은데? 악보 이런 게 있을 것 같지는 않은데? 아 여기 꽃 있네. 얘가 걔 맞네요. 그럼 눈 그은 거.
That's not it.
그죠? 그럼 얘가 다 만났다는 게 얘들 5명을
not
만났다는 거네. 이 집에 있는 사람들을. 뭔가 파고 다녔네. 죽을만 했네. 아니 없는데 다 눌러본 거 아니에요? 살인사건이에요. 뭐 안 눌러봤지? 책이 튀어나온
That's
거지.
not it. That's not it.
야이. 비밀연구?
That's not it.
아니 이거는 모르겠다. 추궁기 안에 뭐가 있었을까? 오종상?
That's not it.
동상이
That's not
튀어나왔지.
it.
악보?
That's not it.
진짜 다 하겠네. 그럼 뭐 안 했나요? 종이 갖고
That's not
기절하냐 사람이? 다 했는데.
That's not it.
아니 오류 아닙니까? 에?
That's not it. That's not it.
다 했다잉. 진짜 다 눌러.
Pointer's
예?
research says
아니 종이가 이렇게
it made
빳빳한데 거기 안에서
incredibly
이게
loud hiss
나왔다고?
when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they
말이 안
heard a loud
되잖아.
noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched.
정말
Is it really
딱정벌레였던
loud enough to
거임.
knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. Now, I don't think we're purely
그래서
talking about volume
90
either. It might just be
90 몇 가지 나온다
type
했잖아요. 그 소리
of
때문에
frequency.
저래 된 거야.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do
종이가
you
아니라
know
진짜
anything about the
딱정벌레가
effects of
들어있었구나.
weaponized
방금
audio
딱정벌레가.
frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The hornet's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one
그
on the
그림에
gramophone.
있었어 이거.
That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both
아,
in range
같이
of the
쓰러진
noise,
거야, 그래서.
although Pointer might have been lying.
그리고 이상한
Personally,
소리가
I think
났다
he was telling the
그랬잖아.
truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
강력한 주파수의 영향을 받은 거? 추궁기?
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the
그렇지,
gramophone
금간 거
itself,
다
they all sustained similar
커였죠.
damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the military pull
귀마개했지.
it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
살인자 역시 기절했어. 자신을
They
보호했지.
protected themselves.
How?
아우, 왜 몰라? 왜 이렇게 눈치가 없어?
These
동상이잖아.
are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start.
오케이.
1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle
Chic.
starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
그러네. 딱 그 소리
Not
어떻게
sure.
냈지?
Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly
근데
downwards.
저 자리에서 죽은 거 치고 피가 너무 적던데.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic.
석궁이에요,
presumably.
석궁.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
게롤띠였어요?
That's it.
그래서 범인은
There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
호다다다다.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
해답은 그림 속에 있다고? 에? 뭐가 찝찝한데? 잠깐만. 얘가 뭐가 찝찝해서 들어왔을까? 이거다.
The plant.
아, 식물이다.
It's in the book.
What?
Look.
얼룩새 먹이. 근데 그림에는 달라.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
어림도 없지. 똑같죠. 얘는 뭐가 문제일까? 팔레트?
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
우리에게 답을 알려줘. 왜? 아까 늘 보던 건데? 왜 뭐가
So
빠졌는데?
what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
없었어.
We never found it.
You sure about that?
아니야, 찾았어.
Not
아니,
entirely.
그거
Flora's ink dip feather?
깃털은 거기
It was
있었어요.
In this
해운대
room.
소각장에 있었어.
Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else.
소각장. 여기 있다. 여기
We
있잖아.
were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
에? 넌센스는 아니에요. 여기 남겼다고? 얘가 남긴 거는 내가 봤을 때 끝내지 못한 그림밖에 없는데? 추궁기입니까?
It's in the unfinished painting.
확실해? 할 것 같은데?
It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
그림에 대해 프레야가 실제로 캔버스에 표현한 것보다 더 많은 걸 알고 있어.
That's not it.
아니야? 닮지 않았니? 그릴 계획? 계획?
That's not it.
계획? 처음에는 이거를 생각했는데 이건 딴
That's not
사람이잖아. 그래서 아닌 것 같고 처음부터 계획돼 있었다고? 근데 여기에는 그 아줌마가 없지 않아요? 지금 아줌마가? 정말 이 아줌마인 거 아니야? 피피가 분홍머리잖아요. 지금 머리가 하얘져서 그렇지.
That's not
아니야?
it.
아니야? 뭐야? 잠깐만. 미리 짜놨네.
Freya prepared all the colors she was
모두
going to
짜놓고
need
시작한다 그랬어.
before she started painting.
이거를 누가 얘기를 했었어. 움직이는 사람이 사건 범인이야. 뭐가 있죠? 노란색이 일단 없거든요. 뒤에 내용을 보자. 창문에 앉아있던 무언가? 얼굴, 머리 아니면 식물 스케치 아니면 실수였다.
The yellow paint was
근데
added. Nope.
노란 물감이 들어갈 부분이 없는데? 그리고 이 화분이 있으면 안 되거든요? 살인 무겨. 근데 그 와중에 이거를 그릴 수가 있었을까? 실수였다. 아니면 잘 보면 머리가 약간 해 같거든요? 얘가 하려고 했던 거는 하나로 합쳐주려고 했던 거 아닐까? 근데 잠깐만. 그러고 보면 빨간색이 없네?
Blood on the brush. That's not right.
아니. 피인 척하고 지금 칠해놨어요. 노란색? 노란색을 어디에 쓰려고 했을까? 우측 하단? 이거 맞나 본데, 스케치? 노란색을 표현하려면 뭘 표현을 하려고 했을까? 노란색만 이렇게 멀쩡하다고? 이거는 살인자가 추가한 거지.
The yellow paint almost. Maybe just change one thing.
하나만 바꿔보라고. 노란색, 아줌마랑 노란색이 연관되는 부분이 없는데. 호종삽이요?
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint this
뭐
sketch
그리려고 했을까?
of
노란색으로?
something
아니
sitting in the
노란색이
window.
아니지.
Something in the window. Oh.
이거가?
That's not it.
아니야. 그럼 노란색은 아니고 화분을 그리려고 했던 거잖아요. 화분 비슷하게 해놨던데? 새들이 앉아 있었나? 설마 황금 딱정벌레? 아니 노란색은 살이
That's not it.
혹시 창문에 있던 거. 아, 얘 아니에요? 왜냐면 제가 정원에 있었어. 저기 있다, 뒤에. 나머지가 다 용의자예요. 여기 있다. 얘 죽은 애 빼고 다 용의자예요.
There she is. Our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did. But she's a very good listener.
응! 네가 왜 왔어? 용의자 씨?
Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
벗어봐. 누군데 너? 누구세요? 쌍꺼풀 한쪽 잘못되신 것 같은데?
Why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind.
아,
But
팬이구나.
before we
옷갈아입었네?
begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
아, 이게 선택지네? 저 여자애가 범인일까? 난 제가 범인이라고 생각하지 않는데? 제 느낌에는 5명 단데? 제 느낌에는 아저씨 아니면 그 사람이었는데? 아, 묶어야 되나? 아, 고민이네. 아. 아, 묶어다 풀어주면 안 됩니까? 콩으로 겨누기. 나는 그 천문학자 아저씨라 생각했는데, 아니면 지금 얘가 분장하고 있던 거. 저한테는 힐링 게임. 퍼즐이잖아. 아이, 선택지 1에. 이거 했다고 도망가면 어떡해?
I'm afraid I have to insist. It's to the benefit of us all, I assure
모두를
you.
위한 거라고? 묶으라고? 안 묶으면 안 된대. 모두를 위한 거래.
Lovely. Now, tell me.
네 시간
What
끄는
was
거지?
it that drove you this far?
괜히
I'm ever so
고민했잖아.
curious.
프레야의 친구들을 돕고 싶었다. 전 그냥 진실을 추구합니다.
I wanted to help Freya's friends.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something. From
나 자유롭다고 했어.
the willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer
그래,
really
누구세요?
is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook.
틀린
Go
말이
on,
아니죠?
indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
그녀는 외로운 사람입니다.
I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well.
너무
Penelope
외로워서 친구가
Pointer
3밖에 없댔어.
is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
그래서
You
사람을
sure this is a
싸죽였어?
Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy. Not one.
단 한 명도 행복하지
So
않았다고?
why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me.
팬이
You saw the family
귀여웠는데
tree hanging in the grand hall.
봤는데
Did
영어라서
you
딱
not?
나더라.
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have
죽은
put
거야?
it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I
어디로 갔는지 아무도
belonged
모르네.
with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
19살에 연구실을 찾아.
The study, the one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get
그래 나도
incredibly
그
hot.
생각은 했어. 소각로가 있는데 왜 몰랐을까 사람들이?
Paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break.
얼마나 무서웠을까 저 방 쓰는
Eventually, I
동안.
couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
야, 뒤에 내용 그렇게 끊어먹으면 나 궁금한데?
What?
As I expected. After all, their connection to the Freya case is minimal, at least at the surface.
머스타드는 알아.
Sorry, what
그
are
다섯
we
명이
talking about?
It's a collective
미스티드
term
뭐 어쩌고저쩌고
from before my
했는데.
time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happens, some got out. Quite a few got
그래서
out.
그 이상한
How do
동물이
you
4개나
know all
있는
this?
거구나.
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
답을 준 하지만 새로운 의문을 갖게 한. 연구실에서 찾은 거?
That's not it.
이거는 근데 지하에서 찾은 거죠? 이건 지가 쓴 거 같고 어린이 책도 지하였고 사진?
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors
니들
of the
부모님
Misted
아니냐?
Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of misted mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era, denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose. But they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
자기가
Even your own
이상적으로
parents?
생각했던 거랑 달랐네.
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
지하실을 찾은 거 아닙니까?
That's not right.
어린이 책?
That's not it.
싫어? 그럼 이거 어때?
So where did he get the beetle?
이거 제일 좋아하더만.
Cannot be
그래서 난
sure.
범인인 줄
But I
알았잖아. 너무
theorized they
좋아해서.
received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person. All
그
that
사람 아니면
time
탐정일 것
said
같았는데
take
얘가 탐정으로 변해
was
있었나
owed to
봐.
me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the
아, 그래서
victim
계속
of theft. When I
도난도난거리는구나.
offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
두 사람이
But didn't you
많네요.
have to pretend to be working for Professor
1인
Pointer?
2역이었네.
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
Ha!
하.
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90%
와, 90% 금과
identical to gold.
일치하대.
But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique?
맞아. 물이 왜
Before Misted
보라색이야?
Mansion was built over the lake. Before the lake, was even a lake.
호수가 되기
Lord
전이라고?
Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station,
아,
supposedly.
그래서 지하에
Fast
창문이
forward 2 or
있구나.
3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much,
그리고 눈 화장 짝짝이랑
but I
불편해
have what I
죽겠네.
need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
그럼 왜 죽였어? 걔가 너무 자유롭든? 너랑 다르게? 그쵸. 자기는 이렇게 얽매여 있는데 얘는 너무 자유로운 거야. 자기랑 달리. 부럽냐? 부러웠던 거지.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
그치? 얘 망토 기반할 때 이거잖아.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later
그래서 빨간
discovered
망토를
it
만들어서
was a figure
입었구나.
of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away.
떠나고
For
싶어 해서
quite some
보내주지
time,
그냥.
she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue. I believe.
비밀을 알아버렸네.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the Beatles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The
PP를?
real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that
PP를 두고
exposing the
못
darker
갔네.
secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world,
계속
would
들쑤시고 다니는 게
compromise all
싫었네.
3 families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance.
이 건물
That was her
상속자인데.
plan anyway, but something
언젠가.
happened. Before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study. Found your notes.
아,
Found that
연구실은 못
photograph.
가고.
I'm willing to bet she
아,
put it all
연구실이란다.
together
그 지하는 못
quicker
가고.
than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora.
못
She
보게
didn't
하려고?
deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
그럼 얘인 걸 알았다는 거네?
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona
호텔을 그린 거는?
and Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
그래 왜 안 도망갔지?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
딱정벌레.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
아? 안 돼, 깨우지 마! 안돼! 안돼! 김아가! 뭐야? 뭐야? 배 어디 갔어? 배 어디 갔어?
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
피피.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fit saved both of you, obviously.
얘가
When I
보여줬구나.
reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us because he liked Penny a lot.
감춰준 거네 다
But
알면서
what happened?
의심은 하고 있었네
Fitz, what did she
다들.
do when she saw you?
우리만 몰랐냐?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she
아니
was already
도망갔어.
gone.
Hang on.
딱정
Poppy,
돌려줬고.
why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the
아이
aviary,
심스럽습니다.
all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all,
아
did she?
귀여워.
No, she
말투
didn't.
봐.
I apologize.
그치? 이런
Poppy
말씀.
seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
아니
We
그러면
had
잠깐만
suspected she might try
도둑이래.
to escape.
살인자
I
도망간
was
거야?
stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard.
그래 배가
She
없네.
took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
어이?
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It
덕대봐
doesn't belong
범인이다.
to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
아니! 그러면 범인은 빤스런한 상태로 끝난 겁니까? 이건 아니지. 맞아요. 얘 때문에 기절해서 다 죽었기 때문에 한 명밖에 안 죽은 거지만 맞아요. 이제 찾으러 와야지. 아? 아니 처음부터 날아가지. 재미는 있었는데 아 엔딩이 좀 아쉽네. 근데 게임이 되게 친절해. 막 선택지 이런 거 없네요. 실패하고 어쩐지 저장이 없더라. 그냥 편하게 스토리 이렇게 보면서 쭉 가면 되는 거네.